In this video, you are going to learn how to build an e-commerce web app with Django and Next.js instead. So Django powers the backend, while Next.js powers the front end instead. So right now, we are going to do a brief overview on the web app. We are going to check out its features and then we'll explore before we start building. You get so right now over here we have the hero section, and here we have the category section instead. So we have the so this website has different categories of products. You get so right now, I'm going to open the electronics. So you're going to see some products under the electronics section. You get so you can always browse through. You can check out the food. You can check out the clothing. You understand? So back to the home page. So I can open the products now. I can click on any of the products here. I'm going to go with this packed shirts. Let's see what it has. So yeah, so we're on the detail page of the products now. You can add the product to your cart. You can add to wish list. You can before you add to wish list, you must be logged in. But you can add to your cart as an anonymous user. You get so right now over here we have some reviews on this product. You get so we have two reviews and they are both saying very good. And over here it says here we can add our own review, but you must be logged in to add a review. You have to be logged in. Currently, I am not logged in. So we have two reviews here. Let's check them out. And they both have positive feedbacks. Two different users have dropped a review and it's all positive. You get so right now I'm going to log in. I want to drop my own review because I love the shirts. So before you can drop a review, you have to be logged in. You can see it says that here. Sign in to add a review. So let's do that. So we have to log in using Google. That's what I implemented, Google Authentication in this time. So I'm going to log in right away. So once you are logged in, we can proceed to dropping a review on the product. Here's the product here. I'm going to open it right away. So I want to add my own review. You understand? So the page is loading, it's done loading now. So you can see now it says click to add a review. So click. So over here, I'm gonna go with a 5 star and I'll say I love the shirts. I love the shirt, right? So I'm gonna add an emoji to it if I want to. I love the shirts. Let's pick something fun. So I picked that emoji. That's fine. I can add my review. It's adding and it's done adding. You get so you can see. Here's my review now. It says here, I love the shirts. I give it a 5 star. I can always update it. I can always give it. I'm gonna give it a 4 star right away. Update review. It's updating. I have this notification up here that tells me when something is successful or not. Right now it now says 4 star and it now says edited. You get so I can delete the review if I want to delete it, but I'm not going to do that. So you understand? So right now we have 3 reviews on the product. It was previously 2. You understand? So what else? I can decide to add this product to my cart. You understand? Let's add to cart because I love it. I want to buy it, right? It has been added. You can see up here. It says item added to cart. I have the products now in my cart and it says added to my cart. So if I go over to my cart right away, let's check out the cart. So you can see I have the product in my cart, right? So I'm going to go back to add more products to carts. I'm going to pick this robotic camera. Let's pick it. I love the look. Add to carts. So let's see. It has been added to my cart already. You understand? So it has some lines. As a review, I can add one. Let me just say I love the camera. I love the camera's flexibility, right? So add review. So I'm adding my own review on the camera. You understand? So and it comes here. I love the camera's flexibility. Here is my review. We have 2 reviews now on this product. You understand? And they are both 5 star. And the rating says 5.0. So I have 2 products in my camera in my cart. Let me add this wristwatch. I'm gonna add this to my cart quickly. And then we can make payments. You understand? So okay, so add to carts. It's adding to carts. It's been added to my cart, right? So right now I'm going to add some other. I'm going to add these other products to my wish list. I'm going to add to wish list. It's updating. It's been added to my wish list. I'm going to add this to my wish list also. So you can add to wish list. So I have 2 products in my wish list and I have 3 products in my cart. You understand? So back to our cart page right away. So let's head over to the cart page. So currently we're on the cart page and we can see we have these 3 products in our cart. So we can increase their quantity. Instead, I need 3 of this. Click on updates. The cart will get updated. Instead, so right now I need 2 of this. Then click on the update button. The cart gets updated. The cart gets updated, right? And over here, my cart items here, the carts, you can see up here, we have 6. From what we have here, we have 6 items in the cart from the top right. And if you check over here, we also have 6 items, 3 plus 1 plus 2. Let's make this, let me make this 2. Should I? Let's make it 2 cameras, updates, and then update carts. And right now, we have 7 items in our cart. So you can make payment right away. We have to make payment of $690 and we have a VAT to pay of $5 instead. So we can proceed to checkout. So let's proceed to checkout. So and over here I use Stripe for collecting payments. I integrated Stripe as a payment gateway, you understand? So right now currently we are on Stripe's test mode. So don't worry, in this tutorial you're going to learn how to switch from test mode to live mode so you can collect payments in real time. You understand? So yeah, so don't okay now. So right now we are asked, you can see these are all the items we have in our carts, and here we have our VAT fee of $5. So over here I'll impute, I'm going to use Stripe's test card. Stripe has a test card you can use. So I'm going to impute your test card information here. So don't worry, this is a test card from Stripe, you understand? So right now I've imputed the card details now. It's collected my email, so I can make payments. Click on the pay button to make payments. So it's processing. If everything goes well, you're going to see a success page, you understand? So right now it says here, thank you for your purchase. I've paid for my goods. I've paid for what I ordered, right? I can view the order. I can decide to, if you can see now my cart is now empty. It once had 7 items. I've paid for the items now. The cart is empty. So I can view order. So let's view the order and see what I have in my order. So right now you can see it says just now I just made a payment. Not quite long, and capture the date. This is my order ID. And right now, these are the 3 products I ordered, right? And over here, these are the 2 products I added to my wish list. You understand? So over here, I can add my address. You understand? We can add your address so we can ship this product to you, right? So add address. I'm gonna just add a random address. I stay in Nigeria. I'm gonna say 3. Let me just say 3 Michael Street. 3 Michael Street. City, I'll say Keja. Then Lagos. Phone number, input a random phone number there. And then I can save the address, right? Address has been saved. Okay, right now my address has been captured, you understand? So, yeah. My over here you can see my address has been saved. You understand? So here's our orders we purchased. Here are the items we purchased. Here's my wish list. You understand? So you can go over and make multiple purchases if you want to. So don't worry, we have the search bar here. I can search for product. I can just search for shirts. Let me search for shirt and see what I got. Okay, I only have these shirts. Okay, I can search for, let's say, clothing. Let's search for clothing. Let's see what we've got under clothing. So let's see. So you can see I have different clothing here. So it's going to be an exciting time. So I have the source, the link to this website is in the video's description. So I want you to go check it out yourself and see all the available features on the website. I don't think I covered everything. You understand? So right now, I think it's time for us to start building. Okay, so one more thing, the source code. The source code is very, very important. But right now, we have 3 source code. We have the backend parts, understand? So we also have the front end parts, the part that contains only the front end. So okay, here is a full stack, the part that contains both the backend and the front end together. And right now, here is the front end code. This is the part that contains only the front end code. You understand? So, but here is it now. It's not free. It's not free. You understand? So to get it, right now, within the first 24 hours of publishing this video, the source code will be selling for $3. $3. If you're outside Nigeria, the source code will be sold for $3. So if you're in Nigeria, it will be sold for 3,000 naira. This is for the first 24 hours of publishing this video. So after the first 24 hours, the source code will go back to its normal price. You understand? So yep, so that's it now. You'll find the link in this video's description. So I think it's time for us to start building. I can't wait. So let's go. Okay guys, right now let's get started. You understand? So first thing first, we're going to go over to our command prompt. If you're on Windows, you're going to use a CMD. If you're on Mac, you're going to use your terminal, right? So right now I'm going to look up CMD. Someone says CMD, right? So I expect to come up here. Show up. Yeah, here's my command prompt. So here's the command prompt, the first one. Click on it. It's called command prompt. So click on it. So before you start writing next, you have to make sure you have Node installed in your computer, right? So go over to your browser and look up Node.js. So make sure you have Node installed in your computer. So here's the command, here's the link, here's the website. So go over to nodejs.org and make sure you have Node installed on your machine. It's very, very important. So you have to, right now, you can download the setup file here, and then once you're done downloading, you must make sure you have the file installed. Make sure you have Node installed on your computer before you can proceed. You understand? So back to the command prompt. So right now I'm going to go into my favorite directory where I create my projects. I'm going to go into the document directory. I'm going to say cd documents, and right now I am in my document directory. So inside of the document directory, I'm going to go into another folder called next_projects. That's where I create my next projects. For you, you can have a separate directory structure. So for me, I create my projects in a folder called next projects. So yep, so I'm in this right now. I am in this folder. So what's the next thing? So right now it's time for us to create our next project. So it's time for us to create the next project. So I'm going to say npx create -next -app. Then it's called npx create next app. So hit enter. So this will take a few seconds. So we have to wait for it to start the creation of our next project. So right now it's asking us to impute the name of our project. So it's asking us to impute the name of our project, right? I'm going to say next_e-commerce _YouTube_YT. You understand? So this is a YouTube course. So I have to add YT to it, understand? So hit enter. So it's asking, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use EXLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Would you like your code inside the source directory? No. Understand? Would you like to use the app router? Yes, of course. Would you like to use would you like to use double pack for next dev? Yes. Would you like to customize the import alias? No. Just right. So that's it. So right now it's trying to create our next project. So let's wait for it. Let's give it some time to create the project. Understand? So let's wait for it. So right now it's done creating our next e-commerce project, right? It's done creating it. We're gonna go into the folder. We're gonna say cd next_e-commerce_yt, right? And then we're gonna open this directory. We are going to open this folder with VS Code. We're gonna say code, then dot, then hit enter. So this directory is gonna be opened on VS Code. Then we can continue building. So right now our folder is getting opened by VS Code, and here it is next_e-commerce_YT. So yes, I chose the authors. So good. Okay, so good guys. So right now we have our next project created. Right now our project has been created, right? So it's time for us to run the terminal. It's time for us to run our next project, right? So just up here, there's these 3 ellipses. Click on it and then click on terminal, new terminal. So I'm going to make I want to make right now. I have to increase the font size of my VS Code. So right now on this drop down, there's a drop down here. Choose command prompt. I'm going to say npm run dev. Hit enter. So right now this command is going to help us run our server, our Next.js server. Understand? So right now, what do we have here? So over to our app folder, we have our global.css, we have our favicon, we have the layout, we have our page. So right now, okay, our server is up now. I'm going to do a brief explanation and then we proceed with the e-commerce front end, right? So right now it's coming up. So before you up on this course, you must know some React.js because Next.js is a React.js framework. So you must know some React before you up on this tutorial, right? So yeah, so here's our right now. Here's the favicon. Right now we have this favicon. The favicon is simply the icon you have on your title bar up here. Okay, so this is too small. Let's increase. Okay, this is the favicon. This icon you have here, you can always replace it. So that's the favicon, right? So back here, we have our global.css. This is a file that's going to hold all the CSS for this project. All the CSS for this project now, they are going to be stored in this file, right? So we are going to be using Tailwind for our CSS. And while we were creating our project, we had to also pick Tailwind as our styling option, right? So we have the layout. The layout is like the parent element that houses the different pages, the different routes we are going to have. You know, we are going to have several pages in this website. So the layout is the parent that houses the individual pages. So right now we have this file called page.txs. This page file you see here is the home page. This is the home page you are seeing here. The content of this page.txs is what you have on the browser. Hope you understand. Let me increase the brightness of my screen. It seems quite dull. Right, so the content of this page.txs is what you have on the browser, right? So that's that. So that's the basic stuff. And over here we have our node modules. That's the most heaviest element in the world, right? It contains all your project dependencies. We have our public folder. That's where we can store in the public folder. That's where you can store your static files, like your images, understand? So and that's it for me. That's it. And yeah, let's proceed. Let's go now. So right now we're going to let's install Shadcn. Go down to the browser and look up Shadcn UI. Hit enter. So now there is it. Now click on it. So that's because we're using Shadcn because we're going to be using components from Shadcn on this e-commerce site. So click on docs on the navbar. Click on docs and click on Next.js. You can see we have Next.js. We have other frameworks, Vite, Laravel, and the rest. So click on Next.js. So to configure Shadcn for your next project, you have to make sure you have this command installed. So just copy this and head over to your project again. I'm going to open a new command prompt where we can run our installed commands. So I'm going to paste that here and hit enter. So over here, right now we are going to start with the front end. Right now we have this project now. This is the current one we are working on, right, from scratch. I'm starting from zero up, and on this separate window, I have the front end part of this application already built up with this separate window. The front end part has been configured on this separate window. So what we are going to do is this now. So we are going to explore what we have on the separate window on this window. We are going to explore it, and then we are going to then copy what we have here into what we are currently building. So I'm going to explain everything to you step by step. You understand? So you don't have to get confused. You understand? So we are getting there now. So right now over here, Shadcn is asking. So we are going to go with use legacy peer depths. Use your arrow keys and then hit enter. So right now I want to run this other project now. So right now we are going to start with the front end parts before we start integrating the backend. Remember, we already built the backend in the last video. I'm going to link the backend video, the backend tutorial in this video's description, right? So right, I'm going to put my command prompts. I want to run the code on this other window, on this other VS Code window, right? So I'm going to just say npm run dev. Right, npm run dev. So now it's coming up. Let's see if this is done. So right now we are still having Shadcn getting installed. So do also subscribe to the channel. Subscribe because more React content, more Next.js content are coming up on this channel. So subscribe. so you don't miss out. So good. Now, I already have Shadcn installed on our project now. So let's see if this guy is done. So right now we have this guy up now. So hold on Control and click on this local host. So it's gonna get opened on our browser. Right, my browser window seems small. I don't know. It looks small to me. So right now we're having some issues here. Right now our code is showing some errors. It's complaining about tailwind animate. So and that's coming from our global.css. You can see from what it says here, global.css. That's the file that's showing the error. Right? So back to your code. Go back to global.css. And here we have tailwind animate. So I think we have to install this. Let's just run npm install tailwind tw animate then css. Hit enter. So sorry for the dog that some dogs are barking outside. So sorry if the sound is interfering. I'm so sorry. So now let's get to have this installed. So let's wait for it. Let's see if this other guy is up. So yeah, so now here's the front end part. I already built this part before coming up before. So right now here's the front end. Here is the front end part only. It is static. There is no backend attached to it. So we are going to follow this as a guide to build up to build up what we are to build up this current one we are working on. So we're going to use this as a guide, right? We're going to use the code as guide to build up what we have here. Understand? So right, let's see if this is done running. Well, I expect it to refresh the page. I really hope the error disappears. Okay, so the error still persists. Tailwind anime CSS. Did I do anything wrong? Did I not? I thought I had Tailwind anime CSS, but it's still complaining. Let's run the server here. Let's see npm run dev. Let's see if it's gonna work. I really hope it does work. So as I was saying before now, we are gonna use this as a guide to heat up the front end, right? Here's the front end part. So we go down to /cat hit enter. So we're going to see the cat. This is the home page. So we're heading over to the cards page. Come on, let's see if this is done. Okay, now I think this is done running. Click on this. Let's see if it's gonna open now. Okay, now here's our cards page. We have other pages, we have our categories. So we are going to use this as a guide to build what we are currently doing, right? We're going to use this as a guide now. So don't worry, it's going to be an exciting time. So perfect. Now I think it's worked. Yep. So now right now right now we have been able to install this package, right? It works. I had to run the server again on the current window. That's why it worked. Okay, now here's our categories page now. So it's going to be an exciting time. We're going to use this as a guide to build what we are currently working on instead, because we're starting from scratch. So that's it. Right now we're going to go over to our page.txs. Remember, this is the home page. This is the page. What you have here. The content of this page is what you are seeing on this. That what you're seeing on this page, right? That's what you can see here. So I'm going to simply empty the right. I'm going to simply clear out the old content. Control A out. So it's now blank. It's empty. So we're going to start from scratch. So what's the first thing first? So I'm going to just say RAFCE. So with this React snippet, I can easily create a React component. So hit enter. So right now we have a simple React component on the page. So right now you might be asking, how did you get that snippet to work? Because if you might try it on your end, it might not work. That's because I had to install an extension. It is called EX7. Let's just see EX7. I think this is it. This first one, EX7 plus. Then yeah, this first one, EX7 plus React, then Redux React Native snippet. So you have to make sure you have this extension installed into your VS Code. So with this extension, you can easily create up your React components quickly. So now we have this simple component now. So I'm going to just rename this to home page. And just call it home page because this is our home page, right? So here's the home page now. It has been called home page now. So let's just say hello next, hello Next.js, hello next, right? Hello Next.js. So here's our home page now. Back to the browser. You can see we have hello next up here. Perfect. Now, so back here now, so we are going to go over to our globals or CSS. I'm going to remove all the styles we have here. We don't need all the styles. Do we need them? I don't think we need them. I don't think we need them. But let's leave it. Just leave them there. Leave them. We're not using them for anything here, but just leave them on top. So we're going to come to the bottom and then write our own custom styles. Yeah, so first thing first, we're going to go into the layout. Here's our layout. It's looking quite cumbersome. So I'm going to remove some of the stuff we have here. I'm going to remove some of the stuff. Let's see what the layouts. Let's see what we have over here. If you click on app now, go down to layout.cxs. We have a much more simpler layout here compared to what you have here. Right, so I'm going to remove some of these things we have. Remove this font. We are going to use a different font called Ubuntu. Ubuntu is quite beautiful. So I'm going to just clear up this stuff. As for the metadata, this is what we have. We have this metadata over here. This metadata simply presents what you see on your browser's tab. Okay, sorry. Back here, we're going to also remove all those guys. We don't need them. Yep, hope it's not going to throw any error again. So let's also remove this imports. So as I was saying, I can see we have this create next app. You can see it's coming from this metadata. It's coming from the metadata. Yeah, create next app, right? So I can just come over here and just say shop it home. I can just say shop it. That's of our e-commerce website, shop it, right? So that's it now. So don't worry, we are going to have a better description soon. So for the layout, now the layout is the parent element that houses the different pages, because we are going to have the cart page, the home page, the category page, the profile page. So the layout is the component that houses these individual pages, right? So we have to start the layout because we have to start the layout, right? So back to what we have here. Here's our layout. First things first, we are using Ubuntu as our font. I'm going to copy this line, this Ubuntu font. We are using Ubuntu, so we are also importing Ubuntu from next font Google, from next/font/Google. So copy this line. So if I start typing all these things, we're going to spend more time. And my aim is to make this video as short as possible. You understand? So I'll add this line here. Now we have Ubuntu already imported, right? So back here now, so you can see this is where we configure the Ubuntu font. We have the weight. We are supporting 3 different weights: the 400, the 500, and 700. And the Latin and the subset is Latin. So that's how it is. So just copy this line, and then back here. So we are going to just paste the font just on top of our metadata. Here we have our font. Now we have the Ubuntu font. So right now we have to use this font globally on all the pages. So we are going to add this font to the layout. We are going to come over here. So how did we do it here? Let's check again. As you can see now on the HTML tag, we have to add a class name, ubuntu.classname. Ubuntu comes from here, from the top here, Ubuntu. We're going to say ubuntu.classname. So I'm just going to copy this. I will just copy the entirety of this. Just Ctrl+C, copy, and then back here. So back to the HTML tag. Then we are going to paste it. Yeah. So that's it. That's what. One more thing I can see. We also have to wrap the children element. This children element refers to the different pages that this layout is going to simply have to contain. The children element refers to the home page. It refers to the cart page. It refers to all the separate pages that this layout is going to simply have to contain. All these children means. So I'm going to wrap this children element around the main tag. I'm going to say main. So I'm gonna put it inside of the main tag, right? And then we're gonna add the class name. We're gonna just get a class name of width full. So I'm gonna create a width of full. So width full means that it's gonna take up the available. It's gonna take up the available width of your computer screen. So if I go back here, if I go to the browser now, if I come out to what we've already done to the front end we have here. So right now, no matter how I zoom out, no matter how you can see now out to right now, this is a very very large screen, right? It is simulating a very 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 large screen. You can see we can see our footer is still stretched to the end, but the contents are all centered. Our navbar is still stretched to the end. The footer is stretched to the end. You understand? So even this header, this hero session, it is stretched to the end, right? But the contents are all centered. That's why I have to set this guy to width of full. So width full means that it's going to take up the full width of your computer screen. You can see it. If you overround this, you're going to see the full interpretation of the width full. You can say it stands for width 100%. That's the beauty of Tailwind. It stands so before you can use Tailwind, remember, okay, don't worry, Tailwind is going to work on your computer. Before you can see this suggestion I have here, and instead you have to have the Tailwind IntelliSense installed. Go down to your extensions panel and then look up Tailwind. Right, Tailwind now, come on. So this first one, Tailwind CSS, the first one, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Make sure you have this extension installed in your VS Code. You can see it has over 9 million downloads. It's very, very useful. Okay, so right now we've been able to configure our fonts. We're using the Ubuntu font from Google, right? So if right now all our pages, all the components are going to be using the Ubuntu font. We also had to change the title of our project to Shopit, right? So we had to also install Shadcn for our components because we're going to be using some components from Shadcn library. So to the browser now, what do we have here? You can see, let's zoom in. So we only have Next.js. That's because on the home page, what we have simply rendering is hello Next.js. So that's it now. So now let's proceed. So we're going to use this as a guide to build what we are doing. So right now, I'm going to just call, so let me just zoom this back to normal. So right now I'm going to call this Shopit building, the one we are currently working on. Back to your layout.txs, I'm going to just say Shopit, then building to differentiate building, right? To differentiate what we are doing. So let's just going to change to Shopit building. Come on. Okay, it was taking some time. It was taking some crazy time. You can see right now I have to restart the server. Right? So right now we are currently on port 3000. So whenever you're trying to reflect a change and it's taking some time, just restart the server and then everything will be fine, right? You can see right now our style is now applying perfect. This is the real Ubuntu style, not what we saw before. Right now you can see since we're having some error. Let's see what the issue is. This is an hydration error. It's normal to disappear. So now let's keep building. So right now we have got the home page there. We only have hello Next.js. So right now we're going to start with, so right now to differentiate now we are currently working on this one, the one with the Shopit building. The one you understand right now what we have here is Shopit. That's already been built up. So we are going to use this as a guide to build up Shopit building, right? So back to the code now. I want to start with the navbar. Let's get our navbar from here to this one. So I'm going to go over to the Shopit project now, right? So we have the components folder. In components folder, we have another folder called navbar. In that navbar folder, we have another file called navbar.txs. So click open the file. Here's the file. Here's how the navbar is looking. It's quite simple. You can see the navbar. First of all, we have to start with the nav. We have to start with the nav element from HTML. We give it some class name. Give it the background of white smoke. It's almost white. That's the color, background color. we made the navbar sticky, meaning that the navbar is going to remain at the top, and we also have to give it a top zero, meaning that that means there's not going to be any space between the top of your viewport and the navbar. There will be no space. And as a Z index of 20, that means that every other content that is scrolling up is going to go under your navbar. You remember the navbar is going nowhere. If you just watch now, the navbar goes nowhere. You can see it's up here. If I scroll down, all of that contents are going under the navbar, and that's because we have Z index set to 20. That's because we have the Z index set far away. By default, I think by default the Z index is 1 or 0. I think that's it by default. So once you increase an element Z index, all other elements is going to appear under it. For now, you can see now every other elements are going under the navbar. That's because of the Z index. And we get the navbar a width full, meaning that it's going to take up the full width of the computer screen, no matter your screen size, to take up the full width. And it has a padding of 4. This PY means top and bottom padding. Means, for example, the top and the bottom, there's a padding of 4 there. So that's it now. So now let's replicate the same thing on what we are currently building. So we are going to go over here now, over to the root directory. We are going to create a new folder. Just right click on the root directory, right click and then click on new folder, and then choose components. So in this components now, that this folder is going to hold all the various components you're going to be building. So in this component, we're going to then create a new folder in the components folder called Navbar. So this Navbar folder is going to hold all the code, all our code for the Navbar. Now they are going to be stored in the Navbar folder. So hit enter. So it's there now. So I'm going to create a new file called navbar.txx. Remember, we are using TypeScript. It's going to say navbar.txx. It's enter. Then I'm going to say array-fce. Yeah. So right now we have a simple component created for us quickly. So remember, we have the navbar elements. From what I showed you, we have the navbar, the nav elements. So we're going to have a class name. So copy the class name we have from the Shopit project. The background, the sticky, the top 0, the Z index, the width, and the padding. Just copy these guys. Then bring it here. If I type these things, we're gonna spend a lot of time. So for right now, I'll just do some copying and pasting. Don't worry, the source code is gonna be in the video's description. You get. So you have got to a navbar, so that in this navbar we just got this nav item is the container, right? So right now I want to go get the content of the navbar. So back to the Shopit code now. So right now we have another parent element. The div is we have another parent element, which is the div, another parent element. So this navbar, what this nav element, the first one does is that, for example, whenever you're building your application, whenever you're building and your site is you're meant to use semantics HTML. You're meant to use for example, we are on the nav bar, you're meant to use a nav element, right? So this nav element serves as the overall parent of your nav bar. So right now we have the image. Right now we have the div now, and this div is the immediate parent, the parent that holds the actual content. How this div is. So this nav you see here is simply taking up the full width of your screen, the full width of the screen. So right now we have the div. Now this div is always taking up some portion of that full width. It's taking up just about 14. It's taking up just about 1,440 pixels of the full width. That's what this other div is doing. That's what it is doing, right? So I'm going to so right now this div has a flex, a style of flex. Remember, it has to place all the children on one line. Justify between means it gives them space in between. Item center means that all the elements are going to be at the center vertically. They're going to be on the center. They are going to have the same space on top and below. And this main max width now, it's a custom style we had to add in our global.cxs. The main max width is a width of 1440 pixels. how to add the custom style in our global.css. I'm going to show you that. And MX Auto simply helps us place this div at the center of this parent div, which is the nav. And the padding X is also a custom style in the global.css. So I'll show you all these things now. So for me to prove this to you, so I'm going to go over to my navbar and give it a border of black and give it a border, a black border. So I'm going to prove what I'm talking about. Black border now, and then we are going to add a div instead of this nav. I'm going to say div now. I'm going to say div class name should be. Now I'm going to copy this. Copy this, guys. Just copy. So this main max width simply means that the width is 1440 pixels. I'm going to prove that to you. 1440 pixels. And this padding X, I'm going to check what it is. Let's just cross check. This main max width means 1440 pixels. There was a custom style I had to add this custom style to where our global.css. So I'm going to copy the custom styles now. Back here, let's go back to the Shopit project now. Over to our global.css file. Global.css. So yeah, you can see where we have our custom styles. So I'll just copy everything. Copy all these custom styles we have here. Copy. And then back to our project. And then I'll just paste them here. These are custom styles. You can see where we have the main max width. You can see the width is set to 1440 pixels. The max width is set to 1440 pixels, means that we cannot exceed 1440 pixels for the navbar. So that's what it is now. So just copy this main max width back here, back to the navbar. I'm going to replace this. This is also right now means that right now I want to show you something. I'm going to give this guy a different border. Let me just say border. Let me just say border 2. I'll say border blue. I just say navbar. Let's see what it looks like the browser. Come here. Okay, now we have to add the navbar. Copy this navbar. I have to add this navbar to our layout. Back to the layout now. Remember, the navbar is going to be on all the pages. The navbar and the footer will be on every page. So we have to come. Right now we have to add the navbar to our layout. So just above. Remember, these children you see here represent the individual pages of our website. How the children represent. So just above the children, I'm going to add the navbar. I'm going to just say navbar component. Hit enter. It has been imported on top. Right. So back to the browser. You can see now we have the navbar here. You can see the navbar. If I scroll right now, I just zoom. Right now, this is a very, very large screen. Let me increase the size of this. Brings the navbar. I say border. Let me just say border. This border black. Yep. So you can see on navbar. Right now, this you can see we have the parent navbar, which is the NAV. The parent navbar. This nav. That's right. That's what is taking up the full width of the screen. It's going to take up the full width of any screen it's find inside. It's going to take up the complete full width, right? So now we have the second div. This div is now the actual nav. This is now the actual container that holds the contents of the nav. It's not going to take up. It is not going to take up the full width of the entire screen. No, if it does that, our nav is going to look ugly on large screen. So right now I have to give this the actual nav itself. I have to give it a max width of 1440 pixels, meaning that it's not going to exceed this width. Because if this actual nav takes up the full width, it's going to look quite ugly on a very, very, very large screen. So to avoid that, I have to give it a max width of 1414 pixels. Instead, I have to also add a padding. This padding X you see here, we have this padding X. It's a custom style. Go back to your global.css. We have padding X. It means that you can see here, it says that the padding, you can see the padding right now. This PX means that the padding on the left and the padding, it means that the padding on the left and right is going to be 24, right? If you just hover around it, it's going to be 24. It's going to be 6 rem. It's 6 rem. that's equal to 96 pixels. 96 pixels, right? How all this px mean? I can see now. And right now, I said that on small screens, on smaller screens, on small screens, the padding should be px10. That is 40 pixels, right? 40 pixels, right? So this padding x is they are just custom styles. I'll be asking, why do I have to come and do this here? That's because this padding x you see here, this padding x is going to be used on several components, a lot of components. So I don't have to be repeating these styles numerous times. That's why I have to add padding x. You know, so in padding x now, I can simply point down to these styles. I don't have to be repeating this px24, max sm, px10 in several components. No, the same thing applies to our main Mac suite. I don't have to be repeating mxw 1440 pixels. No, you understand? So there might be a time I might need to update this value to something else. So I will then have to go and start updating on several other components. No. So if you set the value here with a variable with this class name, you can easily use this class name on several components. And if it's time for you to change this value, you can just come over here and just simply change the value. It's that easy. You understand? So what I'm doing, over to our navbar. Yeah, so we have this is the nav element that just takes up the nav takes up the full width of your laptop screen. Takes up the full width, and then houses the actual nav container, which is this div. What's the next step? What are we gonna do next? So we have the nav bar up here. We have the home, hello Next.js, right? So this is our home page. The content of the home page. We have the nav bar. Still gonna have the footer soon. So let's convert this nav bar to this nav bar. You can see they're looking completely different. So back to our shop it code. So over to the nav bar. Yeah, you nav bar. Navbar.txs. Yeah, so we got our navbar now. So now right now let's add this logo, shop it logo. So you can see we have it here. You can see it is this h1. This h1 you see here, right? You can see it has a font size of about 2XL. Font extra bold. The color is text gray 900. That's almost black. So I'll just copy this h1. Copy the h1 and over here. Let's reduce the size of the fonts here. Yeah, so we've got this now. Okay. So paste the h1 here. That's a logo. That's our logo there. So yep, so that's it now. That's that. So right now something comes to my mind. So this padding x you see here, it helps to add padding. It helps to add space. You can see we have some space from this logo to the left side. There's a space, and also from what we are going to have here to the left to the right side, there's also some space. What the padding x does, the padding x helps to add some space on the left and right, on the left and right side of our screen. You go back to your global.cxs, you can see the padding x says px24. px24 means that you can see it says we're going to have a padding of 6 rem on the left and right side of the screen. Padding is the styles inside, padding refers to the space inside your element, inside the container. That's what padding refers to. We check here. You can see now it is space inside the container. Space inside. Right margin is the space outside the container. So that's what padding does. What the padding does. I just wanted to clarify that for you. So we're going to wrap this our logo inside of a link, and our link is going to come from Next.js. So we're going to just copy this, Ctrl X, and then paste the h1 inside the link. Just hit Ctrl X to format your code. Ctrl X. Okay, let's import link. So I think this is looking too small. Import link. Hold down, click on link, then and hold down Ctrl and period. Let's see if you're going to have the suggestion to import link. If it does not come, it's fine. So just come up here and just say import link from next-link. So you have link imported now. So you're going to give it an href. So link is not always point out to the home page. So Yeah, so we have our link imported now. So what's the next step on the page? Then I think we have what? The search bar. So let's get the search bar quickly. So yeah, here's our search bar. Yep. So now you can see the search bar is always going to be hidden on a large on. It's going to always disappear when you get to a large screen. From the large screen downwards, from the large screen down to the medium screen to the small screen, our search bar will disappear. Let me prove that to you. So here's the page now. If I minimize, if I just simply inspect now, you can see our search bar disappeared. So right now we're on the extra large. If I go down to the large, keep going down, the search bar disappears. You can see that, right? So now, right now we're going to add a div. So after the logo, we're going to say div. What's the class? Let's get the class name from here. The class name now, this is the search bar parent. This div, you can see, says now from the large screen downwards, the search bar should be hidden. So this max LG is referring to from the large screen downwards, down to the medium to the small screen. So just copy this style, copy and then paste the class name here. Let's close the there. Sorry. So now we're going to then create our search form. We're going to add a search form. Search form, that's what it's called. Search form, right? It's not what I called it here. Search form. So right now we have to go create this component called search form. Back here, click up here. Back to your components folder. Components folder. We're going to create a new folder. Let's see. Did I create a new folder over here? Okay, no. The search form was also created inside of the Navbar folder. So back here, I'm going to create the search form inside of the Navbar folder. New file. It's called search form.txx. It's enter. I'm going to say RAFCE. Come on, it's enter. Yep. So we have our search form up there. So back to our Shopit code. Let's see what the search form looks like. Let's open this on a new tab. Open to the side. Okay, I don't want to. Let me just see. I don't want to tamper with this code. It's looking like I already made some changes. I don't want to tamper. Okay, there's no problem. So back to our search form. So that's what the search form looks like. So we have the form elements, this form tag from Next.js. The form is coming from Next. Then we have our inputs, the input then, and we have the button. It's quite simple, right? Very simple. So back here, what do we do? Let's create our form elements coming from Next.js now. Back here, we're going to just say form. This is a Next.js form, right? So close. So the form is going to, we're going to say import from next form. I'm going to say import form from next form. Import form. Okay, I didn't spell import well. Import from next form. Yep. So now we're going to have the form is going to have an action. The action is simply going to point refers to where the form is going to redirect you to when you search for an item. Remember, if you search for an item, you're meant to be redirected to the site. I mean, after looking for an item, after searching for an item in the form in the search inputs, you are meant to be redirected to the search page to the search page. You understand? So all this action refers to. So you're going to add this scroll force. Whenever you search for an element, it's not meant to scroll down. Just add scroll force. They're going to give this form a class name. A class name is very important. And we have a custom style for the form. You go down to Google.css. We have this style called search form. This style, the style is quite long. It has a width of 300 pixels. On small devices, it has a width of 250 pixels. Understand? On small devices, it has a width and a height of 45 pixels. On small devices, the font size is 16. So on normal screens, so by default, the font size is 50 pixels by default. The background color is white. The border is of a thickness of 3. And the border is black. It has some rounded edges. We give it 80 pixels for the border radius for the rounded corners, 80 pixels. You give it some padding, some left and right padding of 5. And that is about how many rems? 20 pixels, 1.25 rem. On small screens, we give it a px a padding, and we give it an horizontal padding of 3, an horizontal padding of 12 pixels. We give it a flex now, maybe meaning that all the items in this form is going to be on the same line by line, right? So it's not going to be they're going to be horizontally on the same line. Flex row means they're going to be horizontal. Item center means that they're going to have the same the content of the it means that the content of the form is going to have the same space on top and below. I'm giving you some gap of 5. That means that the items in this search form is going to have you're going to have some gap between them, right? So this search form is simply it's called search form. Back to the search form, we're going to just add the class name search form. So when you have long styles like that, long one, if you don't want to mess up your HTML, your code, you can just go over to your global.css and then declare the styles there. So you can see, you can put it under this at layer utilities, then put in the curly braces, and then you can start putting in your different long styles or your different repetitive styles. Hope you understand what I did now. So this is our form. This is our search form. We're not done, but let's go import it in the navbar. Just hold down control, click on the search form, hold down control and period on your keyboard. You can see we have the suggestion up here. Add imports then. Yep, so now we have the search form already in the navbar. Let's see what it looks like. Go down to your project now. This guy, you can see the search form. You can see what it looks like. This is the div. The form is the container of the content of your search form, right? So this is the container now. So I'm going to remove all these external borders on the navbar. It's not looking good. Let's remove all this border black. Leave. You've done what you're meant to do. Same thing applies here. Padding X. So back here. Gone. Okay, this is meant to go to. This is not okay. Perfect. Now we have you can see now we have the navbar. We have the logo and the search container. You can see you can see now the padding. You can see the horizontal padding is working. We have some space here, And you can see now the two elements are spaced between. That's because you can see that because in the div here, we have to say justify between. It means that you're going to make sure they are spaced apart. They're going to be make sure they are spaced completely apart. How this justify between does. Right, and the item center means that you're going to have the same amount of space on top and beneath. The same amount of space on top and beneath. So now let's go work on the content of the search form. If we check from what we have here, the search form has an input. The name has an input. The name is query. The class this is the class. These are the styles. This flex one means that simply means that this input will take up the available space it's going to take up the available space inside of this form container. Now in the style, you can see it has a width of full and an outline of none. So let's copy this input and then the inputs now go back to our search in the Shopit building now, and then let's paste it here. So you have the input now, right? So flex one, font bold, width of full, outline of none. So now let's see what it looks like. It's not showing anything. Let's add some border. Let's just say border and then border black, the border color, border black. Let's see what it looks like. Come on, you can see now it took up the full width of the border of the form, took up the full width, right? Because we have some padding on the left and the right. So that's the search form, that's the input. So what's remaining now? So we also want to add this search icon. We want to add this search icon, and that's what we have here. This button you see here, you can see the button. We have the button elements, and then the button element is wrapping the search icon coming from Shadcn. Understand? So the button element has been styled. You can see that's the size of 30 pixels. It is completely made to be round. It is completely made round. This rounded full means that the button is going to be completely round. That's the background color of black. That's the style of flex, justify center, item center, cursor pointer, text right. So if you know some tailwind, you are good to go. These styles are simply simple styles. So I'll copy this button and the search icon inside. The button is simply this round circle, and the search icon is the search icon you're seeing inside of it. So I'll just copy the styles, copy this button and the search icon inside of it. Just simply Ctrl C back here into our form. So we have to import the search from Shadcn. So Shadcn gives us the Lucid React library. So from Lucid React, we can import all these icons, and Lucid React comes from Shadcn. So just hold down, come over here, click on the search, and then hold down Control and period. You can see now it says add imports from Lucid React. So we have the search already imported now from Lucid React. So just save this back to the browser. So what we have here, you can see we have the search icon, and let's remove the border from the inputs border black. We don't need that border there again. So let's see, it should be gone. Yeah, it's gone now. So what's the next thing to do? We'll see what we have here. Okay, we have the logo, the search item, and we have all this. So and then we have all this, right? So if you now get down to a lower screen, to a smaller screen, you're gonna see we have this hamburger. This hamburger helps us with those nav items that disappear. This you can see, right, all this stuff you have here, they're going to disappear when you keep going scrolling down. You can see they have gone. Click on the hamburger, you can see now they pop up on the left, right? So now let's implement this. So the nav items we have here, let's work on this nav items next. Okay, so we are back again, back to the browser. Now I can see we have the logo and the search bar. So if I come down, if I try to minimize the page, you can see now whenever it gets to the last screen and below, the search icon disappears, right? Whenever I get to the large screen size and below, if you keep going down, the search bar disappears. That's perfect. That's how it's meant to work. From our code here, from the Navbar, what did we say? We said that you can see we said that from large screen downwards, we have to make sure that the search form is hidden. That works. So what's next? Right now, let's work on the nav items. So these are your nav items. Let me show you this, from this profile picture container to the name, to the logout and login button, to the carts icon. These are the nav items, right? So now let's work on that next. So back to our shop it code, back to the nav bar. The nav bar, we have the nav items here. We are going to come out to this search button. We'll come back to it. Or should we just add it? Should we just add the search button? Let's just add the search button quickly. Search button. So okay, you can see the classes. Let me just copy the class. I'll explain that to you. Let's just do it quickly. Search button. I'll explain. Let me show you what the search button does. Back to the shop it code now. So once I minimize, you can see when we get to the last screen, you can see we have the search. This is the search button. This search button helps us display the search bar on smaller screen. So click on it. You can see the search bar on a smaller screen. If I click back on it again, it disappears. Right? You can see. So I think the search button will come later. It should come later, not now. Let's work on the nav list first. The nav items. Back here, you have the nav items. Nav items gets hidden when we get to the medium screen size. From the medium screen size downwards, the nav items will disappear. So you're going to just copy this class name, max, copy them back here. Let's say div, and the class name should be equal to. So all this means is that on medium screen size downwards, the nav item will disappear to become hidden. So we're going to add the nav items component. So now, yeah, so it does not exist yet. So let's go create a component. So back to your navbar folder. I'm going to create a new component called nav items.txx. So I'm going to say RAFCE. Yep. So we've got it now. So let's see what the nav item looks like. Go back here. You can see it's a simple component. Yeah, it's simple. We have the parent div, and then we have the image. You can see because over here we're going to display the profile picture of the user. Yep. So we have the parent div, then the image container, and then the different links, right? Different links, and what next? We then have the cart icon. Let's implement that quickly. First thing first, we're going to copy this class name back here, back to the nav item. Back here, I'm going to just impute the class name. I'm going to say class name should be equal to this. So first, okay, I'm going to just remove all this stuff. Oh, it looks so confusing. Okay, let me just remove the class name I added. So what I need is this flex part. Don't worry, we are going to get back to this stuff we have here. We'll get back to it, but we are not there yet. You understand what is going on there soon. Div class name should be equal to this. Yep, so here's our standard. Yeah, here's a class now. Flex, item center, justify center, and a gap of 6. Right, so that's the class name. So what are the contents of this div? What are the contents? So we have this this rounded circle here. So it's going to house an image. It's going to contain the profile picture. So we just copy the styles. Very simple style. So we're going to add another div for that profile picture container. That's it. We're going to add a new div class name. Yeah, so yes, let me just say profile picture container, profile picture container. So you can see now the width of the div is 50 pixels. The height is 50. The height is also 50 pixels. It has the set rounded to full to make the div a complete circle. We also set overflow to hidden. Overflow hidden means that the image you are going to put into this container is not going to be bigger than the container. It's going to make sure it fits inside the container, and we give it a border thickness of 2, which is 2 pixels. That's the width, the thickness of the border, and the border color is black, and they'll give you some shadow, some medium shadow. That's that. And then what's the next step we have in the nav items? We have the profile, the user's name, the user's name, right? You can see it came in a link. It came in a link tag from Next.js. Instead, it has the styles. I'll just copy this. That's for the user's username, something like this. You can see we have Clinton up here. That's what this link represents. So you can see now the class name has a text of large, font size of large, font is medium, that's the font thickness. The color of the font is text gray 900, that is almost black. And when you hover on the name, the color becomes lighter, text gray 700. And we had to add some transition effects on the whenever you hover on the user's username. Right, let's import link from next link. I'm gonna say import link from next link. So we've got that done. Let's just save and let's make this look good. So what's the next elements in the nav item? That's the button. Let's copy these two buttons, the logout and login button. So you can see they have custom styles, nav btn, nav btn. So we have these two custom styles. I didn't want to have the same set of long tailwind styles on this page, so I have to just go down to my global.css. Now that I had to have I had to add a nav btn. Here's a style here. So I didn't want to have these long styles, having to paste them both here. So I just come over to the global.css and then create a class name and then put in the styles here. As you can see, the style is quite simple. Padding, horizontal padding, vertical padding, background color. It's a simple style, right? Simple one. So once you know some tailwind, all these styles will be as easy as ABC for you, right? So back here, let's get the cat. Let's get the cat icon, right? So the cat icon has a container. It has a container. Okay, I'll just copy this. Okay, we'll just copy this style. I'll explain it later. So right now, this is the cat container. The cat has a container. The container is going to hold the cat icon and this circle that holds the number of items in your cart. That's what the container is holding, right? So we're going to add this div now and paste that class name for the cart item container. I'm going to say div class name should be equal. Paste that style. So we have the relative now. This relative element, this relative style is just like we have to position this cart item container. We have to create a position of relative. That's because we are going to simply put this circle you see here that holds the number of items is going to be positioned absolute. I want to make sure that this small circle is positioned based on the cart container. That's why we have to set the container to relative, and this one is going to be set to absolute when it's time for it. When we get to it. So you have the container now. It's very simple style, nothing complicated. You can see, what does it say? You can see it says relative flex now means that the content will be on the same horizontal line. Item center means that the content of the container is going to have the same space on top and under and beneath. The container has a width of 60 pixels. The container has a height of 60 pixels, a width of 60 pixels. Justify center simply means that the items of the container there are no space between the items. There is no space between the items inside the container. And cursor pointer means whenever you hover on the container, you see that cursor symbol. So you can see that. That's for the container now. So as for the back here, let's get to our the cat icon. Just copy it. Ctrl C. Paste the cat icon, and the cat icon is coming from where? It's coming from React icons. To your browser, let's go down to React icons. Let's say React icons. Let's look up. Yeah, click on this, the first link. So we are here now. So I'll just come over here and search for this icon. Copy this icon. Copy it and then back to the browser. Let's get the import statements. Come on. You can see there's the actual icon. Click on it. Then copy the imports. That's what we need. Here's the actual element. We already have this part, but we need all we need is the import statement. I think we also need to install React icons. I'm gonna just come over to come down here. A new command prompt. I think we also need to install React. Let's see if it works. It doesn't work. We have to. Let's install React icons. I'm gonna say npm install React icons. Hit enter. So we have our React icons now. It's getting installed now. So the our icon has a class name, has a font size of 4XL. That's about 36 pixels from here. 36 pixels you get. So that's not bad. So what's the next step now is let's go get this span element. This span element that helps to hold the number of items inside the cart. So we just paste that beneath. Paste that just beneath the cart, just beneath the cart icon. So here is the circle. This circle we have here that helps to hold the number of elements in the cart. You can see it up here. So that's what we have in this. That's what the span represents. Because it has an. You can see it was positioned absolute. That means that it's going to be positioned inside of this container. Instance. So you give it a top of 0. So you're gonna. So right now, this circle is going to stick to the top of this container and to the right side of the container. And instance. So it has some padding. It has some horizontal padding of inside of it and some vertical padding. The background color is black. It is completely made circle, and the color of the text inside is meant to be white. That's what this text actually presents. This rounded forming is going to be completely circle, completely round. Hope you understand. So that's what it is. That's what it is. And I think we are done with the nav items. We should be done. Let's just save this. Control X, and then back to the nav bar. Let's import it. Hold on, click on it and click on the nav item, and then hold down Control and period to import the nav items. Let's just taking my time. Yeah, here is it now. Add import from .nav items. Let's see, it's up here. That's good. It's the browser, and I hope there won't be any error. Let me just close this guy. Perfect. And so now we have our nav items. We have the nav items now on the screen. We have the icon, we have the logo, the search bar, and the nav items. Okay, so we are making some huge progress, right? So let's minimize the page and let's see. So first of all, when we get to the large screen, the search bar first disappears, and then when you get to the medium size screen, the nav item will disappear. It's gone. So right now, let's work on this toggle, on this hamburger that will enable us display the nav items whenever we get to the medium screen. Let's work on this hamburger. Right? So now let's work on that. So back here, I'm gonna add another div. I'm gonna say div now. Let's add a new div. It's div class name. So this div now is only gonna come on. It's only gonna be visible on the medium size screen. From the medium screen downwards to the small screen, I'm gonna say max MD. Max MD gonna be displayed block, gonna be visible, and then from medium screen upwards, it's gonna get hidden. But from the medium screen downwards, it's gonna get displayed, right? So we're gonna add our mobile navbar. I'm gonna add the mobile navbar component. Mobile navbar. Let me see if I called it the same name. I think it's called mobile nav. Okay, the B is a small letter. Mobile navbar. I need to make sure they are the same because when I start, this is important. The TXX. Sorry, mobile navbar, not the TXS. So that's it now. So right now, let's go create the components called mobile navbar. So back to your navbar folder. I'm gonna create a new file. You say mobile navbar.txx. Hit enter. So we're gonna say RAFCE. So we're gonna head back to Shadcn UI. So back here, I have to use Shadcn sheet element, their sheet component. It's called, look at what it's called here. SHEET. This component, that's the name. It's called sheets. Yeah, click on it. So here is it now. So if you click on this, you can see we have this pop-up, this side pop-up. Right, we also have the top, we have the left. All we want is the left side, and you can see it says here you can adjust the size of the sheets. Okay, as for the pop-up, as for the left pop-up, how do we get it? Look at what it says here. It says use the size property to sheet contents to indicate the edge of the screen where you want the components will appear. Use the size property to sheet contents to indicate the edge of the screen where the components will appear. So what do we do first? First thing, let's first of all install it. Copy the command back to your code, and then Just add the import and hit enter, and then let's copy the actual code. These are the import statements. Copy everything back to your nav, your mobile nav components. Paste it. Right, let's copy the actual code. Here it is. Copy, and then back to your code, and then we're going to replace what we have here. So what we don't need the we don't need we don't need the description, and we don't need the description. We need the title, because title is important. If you don't have the title, it's going to throw an error. This is the title here. So now, so right now, what is going to trigger this? Sorry, our installation is not done. Let's use the arrow keys down. Sorry, back here. Hit enter. So our installation is continuing. It's continued. That's perfect. So as I was saying now, what is going to trigger this icon? What is going to trigger what will trigger the sheet to open? So we need something. We need an icon from the React icons library. React icon, come on board. React icons library. So we need the hamburger. Click on the React icons. Let's just search for hamburger. Hamburger, come on. It's coming. Yeah, I need this hamburger, this exact one. Just copy this. Copy the import statement. Add it up here, and where did I paste it? Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y. I thought copy this, and let's paste it here. Now let's use the hamburger elements here. So we're going to simply replace this open with the hamburger elements. Yep. So okay, perfect. Now, so back to your navbar. Let's import the mobile navbar. Click on it and then hold down Control and period. Come on. Yeah, add import from .4/mobile navbar. So let's see what it looks like on the screen. Okay, it's reloading. Let's wait for it. I don't know. Next.js HTML is quite slow. I don't know why it's like that. Let's see. Okay, remember that I said that the hamburger is only going to get displayed on the medium size screen. You understand? The hamburger is meant to display these nav items when they disappear. So if you inspect now, you go down to the medium size. Once this item disappears, the hamburger becomes visible, right? So now let's try it and see. You can see now the hamburger is now visible, but it's so small. Let's add the appropriate styling to it, to the hamburger. I think, all right, let me see what I styled it over here in the Shopee code. You can see it has a text of 3XL and cursor pointer. Just copy this styles, text 3XL, cursor pointer. Come over here and add a class name to your hamburger. I'm gonna say class name. And paste it. Yep, so that's that. So now we're going to add something now. So this hamburger is going to be what is going to trigger this sheet. You understand? It's what is going to trigger. You can see it is inside of the trigger tag, sheet trigger, right? So right now we want to make sure that the trigger comes from the left side. From Shadcn, what did they say? Our component is now big. It's now big. Click on it. You can see it comes from the right, but once it comes from the left, right, it comes from the right, but from the left, back from what Shadcn said, for it to come from the left, it said you have to use the site property to sheet content. The site property, where's the sheet content? This is the sheet content here. Let's just say site should be equal to left. Let's hope it works. Click on it. No, it's, I don't think it just picked up our changes. Perfect. You can see coming from the left now. Cool. So now let's see what this one looks like. Let's see what the one we, okay, it's almost, we are getting there now. So what they're going to do, they're going to replace this sheet title with shop it. Let's add shop it there. Let's see the class name we gave it from the already built one. The class name is text center, font bold, and text XL. Let's add the class name over to the sheet title. Let's say class name. Paste it there. Yep, so we've got this too now. So what's the next thing now? So let's add our content, the content of this sheet. The content, right? You can see it's empty. We only have shop it now, it's empty. So right now, what is going to be the content of the sheet? The content is going to be these items we have here, these nav items that disappeared. We are going to ask this is going to be the content of that mobile nav bar, right? So right now we're going to come over here, over to under the header. We're going to add the nav items element, nav item components. Of just, you're going to say nav items, then we close it, hold down control and period. What's happening? It's meant to suggest it. So nav items is not defined. I want you to import it for me. Yeah, okay, it's not even suggesting it. Control and period. Yeah, add import from .4/nav items, the first one, and then back to the code. Click on it. Yeah, but you can see it's not appearing well. Once this nav items to be vertical on this mobile nav bar, you can see on the nav bar it is horizontal. Also on the mobile nav, on this small one is also horizontal. So what do we do? So we are going to add a prop. We're going to say mobile. We're going to add this mobile prop. So this mobile prop now, once it is like this now, it means that mobile is true. We want to add the mobile prop, so we can say mobile should be equal to true, right? So this is quite redundant. It is redundant, right? We could just simply add mobile. When you add mobile like this, it simply means it is true. So we are going to go over to the nav items component and receive the prop called mobile. We use the prop called mobile. So remember, you're working with TypeScript. Whenever you're working with TypeScript, you have to always include a type. I'm going to just say interface props. I'm going to just say mobile. Mobile is going to be an optional prop, and it's going to be a boolean value. So I'm going to just add this props here. So now we're going to say if mobile is true. Right now, let's add some conditional styling here. I'll be putting the curly braces, and then we're going to add this tailwind configuration, this stuff. I'm going to use the CN. I'm going to say if mobile is true, just here, putting the comma. I'll say if mobile, if it is true, I want to simply add, I'm going to simply just say flex column. Flex column means that the items will be, or they are going to be arranged vertically, not horizontally. That was first column means. Else wants to be flex row. That means the items will be arranged horizontally. Flex row, right? So that was it means now. So we have to import CN. Just hold down control and period. Control and period in your code. We are going to have CN imported. No, control period. You can see add import from the lib folder /utils. That came from, I think, is this Shadcn? Yeah, from Shadcn. Yeah, lib folder. So that's where CN came from. So that's it now. So right now, this our nav items is now reusable. You can see it works on the main nav bar, the main navigation bar, and also on the mobile navigation. So if we now click on this, you can see this appearing now. Perfect, right? That's because of what we added here. So I think our navigation is right. Let's see what we have on the shop it code. If they are the same, they are the same. Perfect. So I have to, one thing comes to my mind now. So I have to add this. So whenever you click on an item here, you want this sheet closed. You want this sheet to close. You click on any of these items, we want this element to close. Right, so but we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I'll just copy this part of the code. Copy this. Copy it and let's paste it back. Let's also add it to our mobile nav bar, because it's going to be helpful in the future. Let's just copy it and add it there. Yeah, the sheet close will help us. We are going to work on this in the future, but for now, what we have now is good. Our mobile nav bar is perfect. So let's remove this description. We don't need it now. So for it to remove unwanted imports, hold down Shift Alt and O. It's going to remove no Shift Alt O. Yeah, it's going to remove unwanted imports. Hold down Shift and then hit Control X to save your code. And then think our mobile nav bar is set. Let's see what we have here. They are the same. They are looking the same. Let's see what we have here. Perfect, right? It's cool, right? Sharp. The animation is cool. But over here, I did not include the animation was not included here. You can see that's because I did not install this package. This you can see this package we have here. This tailwind animate. It is not on the shop it's code. I didn't include it. I had to just keep it. But right now, you remember we had to include it now. I can see it has this nice feel. Whenever I click on the hamburger. So our nav bar is quite coming to shape. What is left now is the search icon. Is a search form. So if you get down to the small screen, our search form disappears. There's no way to get it back. Instead, so let's work on bringing back the search form. Something like this. On a small screen, we have this icon pop up here, and then click on it, and we have our search bar. Let's work on this next. Okay, so right now let's work on the search button. The button that's going to appear at the center. So whenever the search form disappears, whenever this form disappears, I want to make sure the search button appears instantly. So it's simple. I'm going to create a new component now over to our nav bar. I think that's where I created it in the shop it search button here. So over here, I'm going to create a new component called search button. Search button .txx. So RAFCE. So let's go. So now the search button is going to look the same way as the button in the search form. This same button, just copy the same button. Back to the search button component, just paste that here. Yeah, let's import the search icon from Lucid React. And Lucid React comes from Shadcn. Yeah, no, I think Shadcn helps us install a Lucid React package. Understand what Shadcn does? I don't think Lucid React comes from Shadcn. If I'm wrong, you can correct me in the comments. Right? So we have the search icon. Now we have our search button component. It's called search button. I spelled that wrongly. The name search. Let's copy this and call it. Let's just say search, and here search. Perfect. Back to the nav bar. So just whenever the search form disappears, the search button should appear instantly. Let's just say div class name. So should be equal to. So we're going to say max lg block should come up block whenever max lg whenever our screen size gets to the large viewport downwards. Wants to display the search button, but if it is from the large screen side upward, the button should be hidden. So we're going to add the search button here. Search button. Let's spell that as well. So this is not okay. Down control and period on it. It has been imported. Back to the browser. Come on. So now let's minimize down. Perfect. And so we have the search button here. Cool. So what's the next phase now? So whenever I click on this button, I want to make sure, let's add our search form just beneath this nav bar. So we're going to add a fragment. We're adding the search form just beneath the nav bar. So we're going to add this div. So let me just copy the class for the div from our Shopee code. Here's the class. I'll explain it to you guys. So now it has a width of auto. This width means that this div is gonna take the width of its content. It has an horizontal padding of 8 pixels. That's it here. This to represent 8. If we hover around it, 8 pixels. And it has a vertical padding of 8 pixels. And this flex center, it is a custom CSS style. Go down to your global.css file. You can see where we have, let's scroll down to where we have our custom code. You can see where we have flex center. It says flex item center, justify center. So these three styles is being compiled into this class name. Right? Very easy, very simple. So back to our navbar. That's why we have the flex center. So instead of having to type flex, justify center, item center, flex center, and do it. So over here, what are we saying now? We're saying that from the last screen downwards, this should have a display of flex. Understand? And by default, this div should not be seen, should be hidden. So we're going to add our search form into this div. Yeah, that's our search form into the div. So now let's see what it looks like. Yeah, you can see the div is, you can see now our search form is appearing. But we want the search form to only appear when this button is clicked upon. Right? So back to the navbar, we're going to declare a state. Just say const show search bar. I'm going to say show search bar. And I'm going to say set show search bar. This is normal React stuff. I'm going to say use state. So you have to import uses from React. So right now in Next.js, whenever you're using the React hooks inside of your components, you must always make sure you declare the components you are currently on as a client component, because by default all Next.js components are server components and they don't support React hooks. So if you want to support React hooks, you have to convert the component to a client component. And how do you do that? It's simple. Go to the top of your code, to the top first line. You have to add this line called use client. That's it. It becomes a client component that can support React hooks. Simple as that. So what are we doing now? We're going to just simply say whenever we click on the search button, we want to simply say show search form, and let's do the same thing here. Set show search form. Default value is going to be false. Right? So whenever the value is true, we want to simply display this. Whenever it is true, just paste that here and put in the and. So how do we toggle this value? Simple. This is called false. So I'm going to just add a function here. I'm going to say const undo search should be equal to this. This is an arrow function I'm using. Whenever we click, so it's going to just say set show search form. We're going to get the current value, which is false, and then we're going to negate it. So if the current value is true, this will also negate the true value to false. If the current value is false, this will also negate the false value to true. So that's it now. So we have to pass this undo search as a prop down to the search button, and we also have to pass this show search form as a prop to the search button components, and we have to go receive this to show search form undo search. I wonder why this is. Let's go over to the search button and receive the two. I'm gonna say undo search and then show search form. So the right, let's load it. Let's simply use declare their types using, I'm gonna say interface props, and the first one is called undo search. Undo search is a function. It's a function that returns nothing, returns void. And the next one is the search, so show search form, and that is a boolean value. True or false is a boolean value, boolean. So we're going to just add the we're going to add a type here of props. Right, so what are we doing now is simple now. So whenever, right, what I'm doing now is this now. On click, whenever I click on the button and click, I will simply call the undo search function. Control Z. Have I done? If I click on the button on the search icon, to simply call the undo search function. Yeah, let's see. Try an error. Can't even tell what the error is. Let's check back the function we declared. Back to the navbar. Can't even refresh the page. There is nothing wrong. Okay, so now click on this. Perfect. Click on it again. Disappears. It appears. Disappears. And it appears. So what I'm gonna do is this now. Whenever I click on, oh, you can see now. Back to the small screen. Whenever I click on this, whenever this search bar is showing down under the nav bar, I want to make sure that this I want to make sure that this button shows the cancel icon and not the search icon. You understand? So what do I mean? Back to our search button. Remember we got the search form, which is a boolean value, could be true or false from here. Right? So whenever the value is true, I want to simply show the cancel icon. When the value is true, just simply show the X icon. That's gonna be X from Lucid React. Yeah, here is it. Let's add the same class name. Else shows the normal search icon. Let's see. Okay, now click. Perfect. Perfect, right? You can see we have our search bar working. That's perfect. That's cool. So what's the next phase? So it works now. Let's increase this. This is not meant to show on the large screen. I don't know why is it. Let's see what the code says. Okay guys, so we've got a situation here now. So this is meant to disappear on large screens. The search bar under the nav bar is meant to disappear. Right now I can see it's still appearing. It only disappears whenever I click on this. So what I'm saying is whenever I get to the large screen size, we're not meant to have these two search bar. No. So here is the code now. So here's the problem. This flex center is overriding this hidden we have here. This flex center is overriding it. So right now I'm going to remove the flex center. Remove it. Let's see what it shows us. You can see it's gone. But let's go down to the smaller screen. You can see where the search button appears. It's not meant to be there. Okay, I think I know what to do. We are going to set okay, for us to bring this to the center of the page, what we're going to do is simple. Come over here and just set ms horizontal margin to auto, and then we're going to convert this to mx means margin. Sorry, this should be, we don't need the mx again, we already have mx here, so I'm going to just set this to my2. That's going to be the top and bottom margin on the search form container. Right, so let's see. It's meant to be at the center. Come on. It's not responding yet. MX auto. my2. Let me move the my and see. Okay, now I see where the problem is coming from. Now you can see I had to add this border to see what this div looks like. You can see now the div took up the whole width, so that's why the this MS Auto is meant to put it at the center of the page. This margin horizontal auto, but you can see it took up the whole width. That's why. So now let's give this div a width of auto. Let's say width auto. So I expect it to take up the width of its container, of its content. So that's what I'm expecting. This is what this width auto is meant to be. The width of its contents. Let's see. It's still not taking up the width of its contents. So I think I'm gonna give this a width of, let's just give it let's just create a fixed width. Let's say 400 pixels. I think this should work now. This should definitely work. Okay, 400 pixels worked. Yep. But I think our search form has, let's see what the search form width is. Just 300. Okay, now back to the navbar. Let's take this down to 300. So that's gonna look up the X. It's gonna be the exact width. 300. Okay, perfect. Now it's at the center. So that's perfect. So right now let's move the border. The black border. We don't need it again. Yep, so it's cool now. So yep, so on wilder screens it disappears. Perfect. Cool. Nice. Right. Okay, so it's working now. So we just finished with the navbar. So our navbar is done. So now let's go. Right now we are going to go over to the home page. Now we're going to start building this hero session, then to the categories, the product, to the footer. Understand? So let's continue. Okay, so right now we are done with the navigation bar. So what's the next step? So right now back here, we want to work on this hero section, this hero section instead. So how do we go about it? So we're going to go over to the shop it code. Let's see what we have there. Okay, so I just closed that. Okay, now right now you can see over to our shop it code now. We have the folder called component. Let me increase the size of the let me increase the font size. So you have the components folder. This components folder has different folders in it. For example, we have the cart folder. The cart folder holds all the components for the cart page. We have the category folder. We have the footer. We have the home. So right now, over to the home folder. If you check now, this hero section is on the home page. So now our shop is called. We have the home folder that contains some it contains some components for the home page. You get so. Yeah, we are here now. So here's this hero section. Here is the code over here. Hero.cxs is a very simple code. Okay, very simple. I'm going to explain it to you, but before I explain, I'm going to go over to our shop it, to what we are currently building. Let me increase the font size. So I think it's not too much. Let's go down a bit. Okay, so bring this down. So I'm going to put some of those components. We are done with them for now. Okay, so back here, let's create a new folder in the components folder. Yeah, so we are done with navbar. So we're going to create a new folder called home. So this folder is going to hold all our home components. Home. And right now I want to create the hero component. I'm going to call it hero.txx. Hero.txx. Hit enter. So we're going to use the REFCE, the React snippets now to generate a new component. Yeah, so we've got that now. So let's go get the code from the shop it's code. Let's get it, and I'm going to explain it to you guys. I want to make sure you guys understand what is going on here. It's simple. Once you know Tailwind, you are good to go. You understand? So I'm going to explain it. So let me paste it here. Yep. So what's happening here? What's going on? So over to the shop it's code. So currently this is shop it building. This is still in progress. Here's a completed front end code. So yeah, we have this hero section, right? So right now we have this section over here, this section components. This section is currently taking up the full width of the screen whatever screen you are on, whatever screen size, no matter how wide the screen is, this section up here, this section elements, this section tag, whatever it's called, is going to take up the full width because of what I have here, width full. The reason is because whenever we are on a small screen, on a large screen, we don't want to have any white space around. So in this time, you don't have to. If you check this section has it has a background color. It has a very light gray background color. So whenever we're on a large screen, we don't want to have any white space. You understand? We don't want to have any white space in this section region. That's why we have to give it a width of full. We give it a light. We give it a background of a gray background, a very light gray background, and we give it some horizontal padding left and right of 24 pixels, and we give it a vertical padding of 64 pixels. Right, that's it. Now that's for the section. This section tag is to take up the full width of the screen. Whatever screen size you are, it takes it up. So right now, here is the div. This other div you have here is a div that holds the content of this hero component. This div here is the one that holds the content, right? So I'm going to create a instance. This is a div that holds the content, and it has a max width of 896 pixels. It cannot exceed the width of 896 pixels. Understand? So right now it has a margin of, it have a horizontal margin that makes this div placed at the center of your computer screen. And right now we give it a vertical spacing of of 24 pixels. A vertical spacing. That's because we want to make sure the contents in this div are well spaced out. If you check now, the contents in the div are well spaced out vertically. This is the head, this is the H1, this is the paragraph, this is the button. You can see we have enough space in between these items, this element, right? So that's what the space why this horizontal spacing stands for. And we also have to add a horizontal padding. And on small devices, this XM means that on small devices upward, that means on small devices, on medium devices, on large devices upward, it means it's going to have an horizontal padding of 48 pixels. So this one means, this MD means that from medium devices, from medium screen devices upward, instead we're going to have an horizontal padding of 64 pixels. The same thing for large devices, we're going to have a an horizontal padding of 96 pixels, right? So right now we style the H1, give it a text of 4XL, you understand? So a background color of gray 900. This leading snug is simply referring to the line height of the text, the line height. And right now we say that on medium screen devices upward, give it a font size of 5XL, and that is about 48 rem. That's huge, right? So right now we style the paragraph tag, and here is the button. There's the button tag, right? So it's all working. So right now, instead of using the anchor tag, let's use Next.js link tag, the link component, right, from Next.js. We're going to just change that A to link, LINK, and right now we're going to just put this here. Okay, this href is meant to point down to, okay, don't worry, the href will work on that, but let's import link. Import link from next link. Oh, sorry, we don't need the link. Sorry, we don't need the link because that's because this button is not meant to redirect us to a different page. No, it's not meant to redirect us to a different page, so we don't need the link. I just realized that. So yeah, the anchor tag is actually correct. Yeah, so this button is meant to just take us down to the product session. When you click on it, it takes you down to this region. Don't worry, I did not implement that on this one, but we are going to implement that on this current one. You get? So yeah, that's it for the hero section. So we have to make sure this is being displayed on the home page. Once we replace this hello Next.js, this text to that component, the hero section component. So back to so you're going to go over to over to your app, over to the app folder. There's a file called page.txx. Open the folder. Yeah, here is a file. So we're going to remove this div. We're going to use a React fragment now. And first thing, let's add the hero component, hero, on the home page. Suggested for me. I want hero. It's not suggesting, but let's hold on, click on it, and then hold on Control and period on your keyboard. Let's see if you're going to have the suggestion. Okay, I don't know why it's sticking. Try again. Control and period. Yeah, here is it now. Add import from component slash home slash hero. So our home page now, we have the hero components on the home page. So the home page now is not going to be empty. Over to the browser, you can see now, the home page now. We now have the hero components on the home page, right? So we are making progress. So you can see we now have the hero components on the home page. So what's the next step now? So let's go add this category section. This category section is let's go add that next. Okay, so right now let's work on this category section that it's going to show us the different categories the e-commerce site has, different categories of products, right? So back to the shop it code now. So over to the home folder. The home folder there is a component called category section. So here's the component now. You can see it has a section. So now we have the section tag. Understand? So it has the max width of 1440 pixels. That's if you go down to your global.css, you're going to see where we have to set where we have to set this class to a max width of 1440 pixels. We give it a padding X. This is a custom padding and a margin X of auto. That this MX auto simply helps to put the div at the center of the page. And here we have our H2. This H2 is a text you see here. Browse by category, right? So and then what else do we have? We then have the div that's going to house these different cards. We have the div that's going to house the different cards, right? So we have the div as a flex, a display flex, justify center, you understand? So and then on small devices, the cards will line up below each other. This flex wrap makes sure that the card falls beneath each other. If you check now on small screens now, these cards will go. You can see that's because of the flex wrap. How the flex wrap does, and you can see this gap 8. And you can check now, each of these cards have some gaps between them. That's thanks to this gap 8 we added here, right? So now let's go build our own. Right now over here, we are going to create a new component in the home folder, and the home folder can be found in the components folder. We're going to create a new component called category section. Category section .cxx. So I'm going to say array fce, come on. Yep, so now let's copy this styles. I can just copy this quickly. Ctrl C back here. Just paste it. So I have a section. Let me just increase the font size. We have a section now. The main max width. If you go back to your global.css file, you see we have to set. Let me just check it again. You can see we have to set the main max width to. Let's find that. Main max width, where are you? You can see it. The max is 1440 pixels. 1440 pixels, right? So and then the padding X is also in the cost is also in your global, is also here. You can see I've talked about this before. So the MX auto, yeah, this is the H2. And right now let's go create the components called category card. We don't have this components called category card. Let's go create it in the home folder. I'm gonna create a new file. Let's say category card.cxx. Hit enter. Let's say array.fce. Come on. Yeah, so right now over to the shop its code. So we have the category card over here. Yep, so we have it here now. So you can see now the category card is a very, very simple one. What do we have? We have this, what we have here. So we have this div, this first div you see here, this div you have here is simply the card itself. It's simply this card, the individual cards. This white card that is that keeps coming up and down. This card. That's what this div is. We have to give it the styles. You can see the style, very simple styles, right? And then we have this other div. This other div is simply this image container. You can see we have this gray circle. You understand how the other div stands for? And you can see now in the div now we have the image tag from Next.js, and lastly we have the title of the category, right? You can see there, simple and straight. So right now, let's create a components called category. I already have it now. I'll copy the styles from here. Just copy this, copy, and then over here, paste it. Right. So once this is done, now what do we need to do? We have to first of all import image from. Let's try hold down control. Click on image and hold down control and period. It's not okay. Let's type. I'm going to say import image from next/image. Yep. So let's also get this. Right now we don't have this laptop.svg. We don't have this image file. So let's go get the file. So I think I'm going to drag the file into our project now. Back to my. Let's go down to my documents directory. I think I have the. So right now these are all the images for the e-commerce site we are building. These are all the pictures. So don't worry, I'm going to drop a link to these pictures in this video's description. I'll drop a Google Drive link where you can get all these pictures to build the sites for yourself. You understand? So here's our electronics. So here's a picture for the I'm going to drag this SVG file into our project. We're going to put the file into the public folder. The public folder here. You can see it now. It's called electronics.svg. That's what it's called. You can see the picture here. So back to the category card now. We're going to change this to electronics.svg. Remember that the public folder is a place where you can store your static files. What are your static files? They are like your images. They are static files. So if you store your pictures, your images in the public folder, you can easily access them just by their names. Just put the / and the name of the file. You can easily access it, as simple as that. So I'm just going to call this alt electronics instead of saying laptop electronics. Yep, so we have our category card done. So back to the category section now. You can see we are going to import this. Just hold down control and period. Click on it. Hold down, click on the components and then control and period on your keyboard. You can see this is the imports now. Up here you can see it's been imported. So that's done. So back to the browser. You can see it's not displaying on the screen. What was wrong? Okay, you know what was wrong. We have to take this category section has to be placed on the home page. And here's the page here. Here's our home page. Just under the hero components, we're going to add the category section. I'm going to say category section, right? Category section. Go down control and period. You can see here's the import statement. And I think we are good to go to the browser. Come on. You can see perfect. I have a category section now. That's cool. So what's next now? Let's go work on the product section. Okay, so right now we are done with the category section. Now let's go over to the product section. They are very similar. Very similar, right? So here we are. Here's the product section now. It has the same section tag. It has the same title, right? And what else do we have? We also have the product cards. Yeah, I understand. So you have this div that houses the product cards, right? So it's almost the same thing, right? So just copy this code, copy it. So if you know some little tailwind, this is gonna be as easy as ABC for you, right? These styles are super easy. There's nothing difficult there. So back here, that's the home folder. We're going to create a new component, a new file, a new components file. We're going to call it product section, right? So we'll call this product section.txx, product section.txx, right? Let's say RAFCE, come on board. So paste the code I copied, just paste it here. So we have the section. So let's call this featured products for all you have here. So we're going to pass the props later. For now, just passing featured products there. So that's right, that's fine. So yes, so what's the next step now? So let's go create our product card. So we have the product section now. We have the section. We have the H2. Right now we have the div that's going to house the individual product cards. So what's the next thing? Let's go create this. Let's go create this component called product card. Back to the home now. I'm going to say new file. I'll say products card.txx. So say RAFCE. Let's go. So now let's go see what the product card looks like back here. It's almost similar to the category card. Very, very similar. Right? So we have the div. We have the parent div we have this div here. This white div that keeps coming up if I overround it. We have the white div. Here's the div up here. And then we have the image div, the div that houses the image, the product picture, right? Then we have that div here, right? So that's that. And then we have the product's name, the product's price, and that's it. It's as simple as ABC, right? So right now let's copy this code, copy, Ctrl C back here, paste it here. We don't need this button. Remove the button that was commented. Remove the button, and over here we have to import image from next. I'm gonna say import image from next/image. Right. So now for the image source, let's go get an actual image. So back to this folder. I'll just pick a random picture. Let's pick something beautiful. Let's go with this. I need something catchy. I've not seen that yet. Let's go with this scheme pad. Just drag this in. Drag this into your project. Back to project now in the source, in the public folder. Yeah, drop it there. So it's called, I'm just gonna name it gaming pad. Let's just call it gaming. Let's just call it gaming. Yeah, gaming underscore pad. Gaming pad dot, sorry. Okay, yes, gaming pad.jpg. Perfect. So back here, back to the image now, we're going to come over here and just say gaming underscore pad dot it's called pad, right? pad dot jpg, right? So we styled it. So objects. So yeah, that's it. You've got our product card set. Back to the product section now. So we're going to import it. Hold on, control and period. Add the imports. We are good now. So we're going to bring this component now, the product section over to the page components. The page now, and then I'm going to say page. Sorry, it's called products section. Yep. Let's just close it. So come over here and just say control and period. Back to the browser. Scroll down. Perfect. You can see we have the product section now. You can see we have this. Let's change the name to something. Let's call it. You can see it's answering the same name. It's answering the same name. Apple smartwatch and Apple smartwatch. No, let's call it something else. Let me just say Samsung gaming pad or Apple gaming pad. I just call it. Where are you? I just say Samsung gaming pad. Let's just stick with Apple since we already used Apple the previous time. Let's say Apple gaming pad Don't worry, I don't think Apple has a gaming pad. This is just a random name from me, right? So back here, you should change to Apple gaming pad. Okay, so you can see it has changed now. So what's the next thing? Let's go add the footer. Right, so the footer, I might just copy the entire code and paste for you guys. Right, so we have to start writing the backend logic quickly. We have to start consuming the backend API as quickly as possible. So let's work on the footer now. So right now we're making huge progress. So right now let's go add the footer to this to what we are currently doing. Let's get this footer we have over here. Let's bring this footer over to the other side. So let's see what the footer code looks like, and then we're going to explore it together. So go over to your components folder. In the footer, open the components folder. There's a footer folder. Open the footer file. Open the footer components. Yeah, so the footer code is looking quite buggy. So not buggy, but quite bulky. Not buggy. It's not bulky. Bulky. You understand? So, but it's very, very easy. So we're going to explore this now. Let's just go through it together. So you have this footer. Let me make this a bit bigger. So we have this footer HTML tag. So what it does is that it just helps us to just take up the full width of the screen, the full width, and we have to add some padding and some horizontal padding of 64 pixels. We give it a background color of black and a text color of white. Understand? Simple. So right now, here's the actual div that contains the footer items. This is the actual div that contains the footer items, right? So what are the footer items? We have on the first column we have our logo and this text, and you can see they appear there. So after the div, after the parent div, then we have this div that's no house the logo and the text. This is a div here that houses the logo and the text. This is the logo. Here's the logo. This H1, and here's the text. So it's not difficult. So if you look up the styles, simple tailwind styles. That's why I still need to know some tailwind so you can understand what the styles are. They are quite simple, very simple. So on the second column, we have another div that houses that houses these queue links and this links we have down here. These links we have here. That's where you can see where it appears here. Here's the second column for the quick links. So the div here is a div that contains them. Here's the H2, and here's the URL elements that contains the links. Right? So simple. And for the third column, we have the customer support. So it's the categories, not customer support, it's categories, right? This was a typo. We have the categories here. This is a div that contains it. We have the heading, and then we have the URL that holds the individual links, right? So that's it for the upper section. So at the bottom now we now have the social media icons, right? So that's where this comes in. Social media icon just underneath the above parent div. You have another div underneath the above parent div. You have another div that houses the different social media icons, right? So that's it there. And lastly, we have another div again under the social media icons that helps to give us the year we currently are, the year. So you can see we have this div here that helps to give us the year, the current year we are. You can see we can get the current year. You don't have to be imputing the year manually. Whenever it's a new year, you go over to your set and change the year. No, this will help you set it. New date dot gets full year, and then put in this text here, shop it all right reserved. It's not that simple. Once you explore the code by yourself, you see it's very, very simple, right? So what do we do now? We're going to just copy this code and head over to our shop it, what we are currently building. So what's the components now? We're going to create a new folder, and I'll call it footer.txx. No, just footer. No need for the extension. Let's just rename it. Yep. So I'm going to create a new component now. I'm going to call it footer.cxx. I'm going to say REFCE. Come on. Yep. So what do we do? Let's copy the code from here. Copy this. and we paste it here. It's that simple, right? So you can see we're having some errors here for the social media icons, right? So how do we get them? They are all coming from React icons. Remember, remember previously, while working on the navbar, we worked with React icons for the hamburger. So what we just simply do, we just simply copy the import statement for each of these icons. We have it up here. This, you can see them here. Just copy it, and then over on top of your footer components, just under the import React, paste it. So yes, that's it now. So where do you think we have to place this footer? Remember, this footer is going to appear on all pages, on every page. So we can't place footer on the home page. If you do that, the footer will only appear on the home page. So you're meant to place the footer in the same location where you place the navbar. And remember, we placed the navbar in the layers.txs file. So here's a file called layer.txs. Open the app folder. You'll find the file layer.txs. This is the parent component of your entire project. Understand? So it houses the different pages, right? So you can see we have our navbar. Just under the children, we're going to put in the footer. So by doing this now, the navbar and the footer will appear on all pages. It's that simple, right? So just hold down Control and period to import footer. Come on. Did you not suggest this for me? Control and period. You can see we have it here. Up here, we have footer imported. Control X. Saved. Back to the browser. Let's see what we've got. It's loading. Come on now. So scroll down. And here you go. We have our footer. So the home page is looking alike, very much alike. So looking alike now. So right now, let's go work on the categories page, the categories. So let's see what it looks like. So categories page. Let's see categories now. Just put in some random stuff here. Hit enter. So right now, here's our categories page, right? So we're going to work on this page next. Okay, so right now it's time for us to build up the categories page, right? So what we have here. So here's a live site I built some. Here's the first version of the website. Let's see what it looks like. Here's the first version. So right now if I click on a particular category, if I pick a particular category, this is what it looks like. You can see now we have the category. This is the clothing category. You can see we have clothing here, and over here, clothing is selected, and we have all the clothing items on this page. If I click on toys, right now you can see you're gonna have toys, right? So right now let's build up the front end part of the page. So right now look at what we have now. So these buttons are going to be different categories like clothing, toys, food, electronics, books, right? So they're going to be different, but they're going to be different categories. So if you click on any of them, they're meant to change to that category, right? Just like what we have here. Understand? So right now let's go add this category page to to the current site we are working on. Let's go add it right away. So back to our code. We're going to add a new folder in the app directory. Remember, Next.js routing is based on your folders. Understand? So that's how Next.js routing works, based on the folders you create in your app folder. So right now I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to call the folder categories. I'm going to call it categories. Yeah, so this folder now is a route in Next.js. So if you go down to /categories, you're meant to you're meant to see a page, right? So how does that work? So before that can work, I must also add a file called page.txs in this folder. You understand? But right now, our focus is not on the categories folder. It is not on the categories folder. So we want to also create another folder in this category in the categories folder. I want to create a separate folder instead of the categories folder. This folder, for example, now over here, now if you see now, if you go down to slide, which is right now, you can see we have categories /toys, right? So This toys is also gonna be a folder. But right now, these toys we have here, this value changes. It can be toys, it can be right now, it's now food. The value is dynamic. Now it's electronics based on what you click on, right? So because of this value is going to be dynamic, in this time categories is static, it remains the same. But right now, this guy here changes. It has the ability to change. So right now, we have to add another folder because of other this other parts here. We have to add another folder inside of categories. And I'm going to call this folder slug because all we have here is the category slug. This is the categories slug, right? So right now, add another folder here. And I'll call this, we're going to put in a square bracket slug. I'll be asking why is it in a square bracket? That's because the value will be dynamic. The value is going to be changing. The value is not going to be static. So right now we can have category slash toys slash whatever category you have, right? So the square brackets indicates that the value here is going to be dynamic. It's going to be changing. That's what it means. And now we're going to now create a file in this dynamic route. Right now we're going to create the page.txs file in the dynamic route because we check now what is rendering here is the content of the dynamic route. Is the content. All you have here is the content of the dynamic route, right? So if I go down to slash categories, let's see what it gives us. Hit enter. Right now it says 404. That's because the category folder, this categories folder does not have the page.txs file. It does not have it. That's why it returned 404. Right? So we have to go down to the dynamic routes where you have some content to display. You understand? So back to our project now. We're going to add a new file called page.txs, and this page.txs is under the dynamic route. So it's has been created now. So we're going to say RAFCE. Common is enter. So I'll just say, let me just call this categories dynamic. Let me name this. I know. Control D. Let me call this category page. Category page. Yeah. So now over to our browser. So under Shopit building, under Shopit building, we're going to go down to categories. Then let's just put in some random values, right? Let's see what it gives us. You can see what it gives us here. Category page. You can see the text here, right? You can see that. So that's that. So right now, let's go convert this to, let's convert what we have. Let's convert this to what we have here. Let's work on that next. So right now, let's work on the categories page. Let's work on the categories page, right? So let's see what the code. Let's see what we have on Shopit. Let's see what it looks like. Go to the app folder. Click on categories, and then click on page.txx. Yep. So cool. So look how we have simple. We have the div that holds the entire content. We have the div that holds the entire content. Yes. Right. This the first div you have here holds everything you see on this page. Right. And what comes next? This clothing comes next, and it is a paragraph tag which we have here. And what comes next? Then we have a div that holds each of the individual category button. Right? If you check here, you can see that over here. We have this category button. You can see them, right? So you can see where they come from. This region, a div holds each of them. The same thing applies for the products. Under here, we have all these products now. It's all coming from this region, right? So it's easy, it's simple. So we already have the product card. We already have this components called product card. All we don't have yet is the category button. It's a category button. So we are going to create that. It's the same, very simple. So what we do, just copy this, copy the div, back to our current code. Then we paste it here. So let's import product card. Hold on, control and period. And here's the import statements. So now right now let's go create our category button. So we are going to go over to the components, to our components folder. So right now we're going to create a new folder. Let's see what we did here. So category, and then we have the so let's do the same thing. So create a new folder called category, and create a new components called, let me just check the exact name I used here, category button, btn, right? So let's do the same thing. New file, I'm gonna call it category btn.txx. So I'm gonna say refce, and let's see what the component looks like. Click on it. Here it says we have the button elements, right? And then we have the image, button image, and then the text. So it's simple, not much there. We just copy this. You can see something. It's not difficult. Just copy it. Let's copy. Then paste it here. So let's import the image from Next. You're gonna say import image from next image. So as for this icon, remember we already have electronics.svg. So let's replace that with electronics.svg. So everything is fine. So there's no big deal there. I think this style is too long. It's so long, right? So you can just copy this, copy the entirety of, copy everything. Ctrl C, back to your global.css file, global.cxx. Open your app folder, here it is. So you're going to just call this category button. Let's just say cat btn. And then we'll paste, going to say as apply. We paste it here. So we're going to use this cat btn now. Back to your code now. We're going to just remove what we have here and use the cat btn instead. Alright, so this should work perfect, right? So back to your page. Now let's import category btn. Let's import it, hold down control and period. So you can see the imports up here. Click on it. Now we have our category button imported, right? So yep, so what's the next step? I think that should be it. Back to the browser, click on the shop it building. You can see what we have. Is it not perfect? Isn't it good? So yep, let's just call it electronics instead of clothing. Let's call it electronics. Back to your category button. Let's over here electronics. And back to the page now. Up here, electronics. So we are done with the category page now. So what next? Let's work on the cart page. So let's work on that next. So now guys, let's work on the cart page, right? Let's work on the cart page. Let me show what it looks like. Back here, we're going to go over to /cart, /cart, and then put in some random text there. Hit enter. So right now, here's how the cart page looks like. You can see it, right? Here's how it's going to look like. So let's work on this quickly. So you can see right now, you can see we have the carts and then we have the dynamic route. The same thing is going to happen here. I'm going to call this over to your app folder. We're going to create a new folder called carts. New folder, I'm going to say carts. And then we're going to create the dynamic routes. New folder, I'm going to call this carts code. Carts code. So in the dynamic routes, now we're going to create a file called page.txs. So we'll be asking, why are we having a dynamic route for the carts? That's because we are going to have several carts, and to get the particular cart you're looking for, we're going to get the cart by its cart code. You understand? So the cart code is unique for all the different carts we are going to have. You understand? So right now we have our page now for the carts, our dynamic page, because we're going to have different carts for different people, different users. So right now I'm going to just say refce. Let's call this cart page. Carts page, right? Let's call it carts page. Copy this and paste here. So let's see what the cart page looks like on the shop it code. Yeah, so here's what the cart page. Okay, no, go on to your carts and then open this cart page. Yeah, so now let's see what the cart page looks like. I think I'm going to call this cart item page because we also have the cart page instead. Well, we have the cart page right now. This is called the cart items page. Let's call it cart items page because we are also going to have the cart page, the cart instance. So let's call this cart item page. Yeah, so now let's see what we have on the Shopee code. I'll simply copy this. Now explain what's going on. We have to be as fast as possible. Paste here. So I'm going to create this. I'm going to just say Ctrl C, copy this. Just say const count should be equal to 3. So now what do we have here? It's simple. So we have a div that houses everything that holds all the stuff you see on this page. That's the first div. Then we have the H1. The H1 is simply the carts. This cart text you have up here. Back here. Then we have this div here. This div you see here. This div I highlighted is what holds this cart item section and this order summary. Is what holds these two items. This div that I highlighted up here. And right now we have the cart section, the cart item section. This side on the left, this side you have on the left, right? So that's what we have there. So we have this outer div up here. This outer div up here is what is this rectangle with this gray border. Understand? This rectangle, this big rectangle with the gray border, the one I'm currently going around with my mouse, with my cursor. And then yeah, and right now what do we have? We have this other div up here. So as I was saying, right, as I was saying previously, so we have this other div here. This div is quite invincible. We can't really we can't see it. So what this div is doing, what I like right now, this div I highlighted here, what I'm going to explain what it is doing now. So right now, the thing is that we can have multiple cart items. We can have the Apple smartwatch, you can have some other cart items beneath. So this div you see here, so this div I highlighted over here is the immediate parent of this cart item, the one I'm currently hovering around. It is the immediate parent, right? It is the immediate parents, right? So that's what it is. And right now we have the cart item here. This is the cart item component. So this is it over here. So let's assume we have no cart items. So let's assume a user comes and cleared all the items in his cart. Let's say he deleted all the items from his cart. We are going to simply render this text. Your cart is empty, right? So what you're trying to do here. So if the cart items count to 0, simply show this text. Your cart is empty. So this okay, right? I'm gonna show you what this div looks like. This div is just there to hold as many cart item components as possible as it can hold in a style, because we are going to have because user is likely to have more than one cart item, right? So this div you see here is the immediate parent that holds these cart item components. This box you can see over here. So that's what it is. So that's that now. So right now let's go create our cart item components. So we're going to do that. So over to our carts now, over to the components folder. We're going to create a new folder called carts. CART. And now we're going to create the cart item component. I'm going to say cart item. Let's see how we spelled it. Okay, cart item, yeah. .txx. So I'm going to say REFCE. So Now let's get the codes for the cart item components. Back here, open cart item, copy this. You can see now the code has been commented out, so you can see how the different steps. So paste it, the cart item code. So over here, let's import the image. Let's do the importing. So you're gonna say import image from next image. You also have to import some. Let's import the minus. This minus, hold down control and period. It's coming from Lucid React. Also import this plus as an icon. Hold down control and period from Lucid React also, and then this X, control and period. Sorry, on X, control and period from Lucid React. So we have this button components. Okay, button. Okay, we have to create this button components quickly. Let's create it as quickly as possible. So that's the component now. We're going to create a generic folder. I'm going to call it UI components. This is a generic folder that's going to hold generic components. For example, we can use this button in several places. So it's going to be in this folder called UI components. I'm going to just call it. Let's call it new file. Let's call it button.cxs. So just say RAFCE. So right now we can just get the code from our Shadcn code. This is UI components folder. So we have the button. Okay, so the button, okay, no problem. Back here, it's gonna be, we're gonna be expecting a prop. We're gonna call it class name. Class name. We're also gonna be expecting children. Alright, the children prop, and then let's add the interface. I'm gonna say interface props. The first one is class name. Class name is a string. The string. The other one is children, and children is simply a React node elements React node. So put in the props here. So the button now, I'm gonna have the button elements now. The button is gonna have the children as its content, the children, and the class name is gonna be the class name of the button. It's gonna be like this. No, it's gonna be a dynamic value. So yeah, so we have our button components now. Back to the cart item. So hold down control and period. Come on. Here it is. Click on it. So you can see we have right now already passed the class name. Prop into this button. And first the button components, we already accepted it. Right? So we are using it over here. Then this class name we have here has been styled. It has been styled where? It has been styled in our global.css. And here's the children prop. Already passed it here. Children prop. And you can see we already used it here. Right? So let's just Ctrl X to make it look okay. So this is perfect now. So we have our button component. Now if you check closely, this cart item component has been structured well so you can understand it. I had to add comments to each of these different regions. So you can know what's going on. You can go through it. As far as you know some tailwind, you can understand what is going on here. You understand? So as for the image now, we have an image here. What did I call the image? Open the public folder. It is called gamingpad.jpg. Let's just come over here and say gaming underscore pad.jpg. And I hope it comes out well. So back to your carts page, your cart item page. So we have to just bring in the cart item, control and period. Okay, yep. So right now what I want to just have several cart items. I'll just comment out this line. I want to have several cart items listed. Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. So this is what I want. Later we are going to use this later, but for now let's just simply list out the cart items. numeral. So let's list out more than one cart item. So we've got our cart item done. So one thing is left, the cart summary. Right, so let's create the cart summary components. This is the cart summary over here. This is right side. So this right side is the cart summary. So over to the components folder, we're going to create a new component called cart summary. Cart summary.txx. So say REFCE. Come on. So now let's see what the code looks like. Back to shop it. Carts. You can see how the cart summary here. Copy the code. It's a very simple one. Ctrl C. We'll just replace what we have here. You can see it's simple. We have the order summary on top. We have the subtotal. We have the estimated task, and we have the total price. Understand? So it's not complicated at all. So let's import the button components. Remember we have to create this reusable components. Remember we have to create this reusable button component, right? So hold on period and then hold on, click on your button, click on button and then hold on control and period. Then you can add the imports from here. Click on it, and yep. So I think we are good to go now. So back to the cart item page. Let's import the cart summary. Hold on control and period. So you add the imports from here. So if we have our cart page good now, it's good to go. I really hope you understand it. So if you understand some Tailwind, this should not be a complex thing for you to understand. I'm super serious. So if you don't know Tailwind CSS, go and learn some Tailwind and then you can follow along with this tutorial. So back to our code now. Over to shop it building. Go down to carts. Let's try carts / hit enter. So right now you can see what we have on the page now. You can see what we have. We have our carts page. Not looking bad at all. It is also responsive. It's very much responsive, right? So scroll. So it's looking good. So now, yeah, here's our cart item page. Here's the cart item page. So right now, if you've added some items to your cart and you click on the cart icon, you'll be brought down to this page. So you can see the items you have in your cart. But let's say you have no items in your cart is empty, and you click on this icon, you're meant to see a different page entirely, a different page that tells you that your cart is currently empty. You have to go add items to your cart. So let's create that page now. I'm going to work on that page next. Okay, so now right now let's add the cart page. Right now this is a cart item page, you understand? So the cart page tells you, for example, as I said earlier, if you click on this cart icon and you have no item in your cart is empty, you are meant to see a different page, you understand? Okay, here's how it's gonna work. Okay, so right now let's add the cart page. What you have here is the cart item page. Let's assume you come on the website and the first thing you do is clicking on the cart icon. You're going to be redirected to a cart page that tells you that your cart is empty, that you need to add some items to your cart. So we're going to work on that page right away. Back to our code now. So over to the app folder, and over to the app folder in your cart folder, not the cart code, the cart folder. We're going to create a new file called page.txx in the cart folder, page.txx. Yep, so there, okay, I think we're here now. I'm going to say REFCE. Come on. So first I'm going to call this cart page. It's a cart page. So I'm going to get the contents for this page from here. Go back to our code. So back to our app folder, open the cart folder. You can see there's a cart page. Here's a page of CSS for the cart folder. Open it. We'll copy this code. Back to our code now. We'll place what we have here. So what are we doing? We have a section, then we have another section again, and then we have this H1 that says you haven't added any item to your cart. You haven't added any item to your cart. And we have the link, and we have this link that redirects you back to the home page. You understand? So Let's import the link from Nest link. Let's say import link from Nest slash link. Okay, that's it. So we have our cart page now. So if you come on the website and if let's say you come on the website and the first thing you do is click on this cart icon, you're going to be brought down to the cart page. Yes, but let's say you come on the website, you browse around, and then you add some items to your cart. You'll be brought down to this page. Let's see what the cart page looks like. So you're going to remove this dynamic value. I'm going to remove it now. It's enter. You can see what it looks like. You haven't added any items to your cart. Go back home. Click on the home button. Click on the button that says go back home. You back on the home page. You can understand. So that's it. So right now we are done with the cart page. You understand. So what's next? Next, I want to work on this. Right now, I want to work on the products detail page. That's what it looks like. Okay, guys. So right now we are making huge progress, right? So currently, we've worked on the cart page. We've worked on the categories page. We've worked on the home page. The home page is looking good, right? But we've not worked on the product detail page yet. So I'm going to show you what the detail page looks like. So back here, let's go back to let's see what it looks like. So come on. So right now here is the product detail page. So scroll down over here, you can see the customers reviews. Right now you can see the statistics of the customers reviews over here. Right. So you can also scroll down, you can click on this button to add your own review. You understand? So you can drop your review, you can drop the star rating you think the product deserves, and then you can put in your reviews text, and then you add your reviews, right? So if you scroll down, you're going to see a list of reviews from other customers alongside yourself. You understand? You see a list of reviews at the bottom, and once you get to the bottom now, you're going to see similar products to what you have up here. So right now, it's time for us to start building up this page. So let's work on that next. Okay, so right now we're going to create a new route in the app folder. So we're going to create a new route called products. You get so if you check from what we have here, you can see now this you can see we have product then forward slash the product slug. So don't worry, this is a random character. We are meant to have the product slug. You understand? So on every slug is going to be unique and they are going to be dynamic. You're going to be changing depending on the product you clicked on. They will change. You get so we're going to create the product route, and in the product route, you're going to create a dynamic route. Instead, we've been doing this for some time now. So back here, over to the app folder, we create a new folder called products. So we're going to call it products, and then we're going to add a dynamic route. Instead, we're going to call it slug. So we'll call it slug. So I'm going to say new folder. You're going to put it in the square bracket slug. You get when it's time for us to start when it's time for us to integrate the backend to start consuming the backend API, you're going to understand it fully. You understand? So okay now we have the dynamic route called slug. So in the dynamic route, we're going to create a new file called page.txx. So we're going to do the RAFCE. So come on, so this is for me. Come on. Yeah, it's enter. So you have that now. So I'm going to call this page's products page. I think that's more descriptive. So right now we have our products page, right? So let's see what it looks like. Go down to the browser. So currently on shop it's building. I'm going to say /products and any random text it's enter. Let's see the value. Let's see what it gives us. As you can see now, it gives us right now. It gives us what we can see is the products page, right? But we want to convert this to what we have on this page. So let's go back to our shop it code, what we've done, what I've built before. Let's go back to it and let's see what I did there. So open the app folder and then go over to products, then the page.txs. So now, yeah, here's the code now. So we have this components called product info. This component we have here is what represents this upper layer of the page. This part that consists of the product's image, the title of the product, the price, the details, and these buttons. Understand? So that's what the product info. That's what it contains, right? So let's see the content of this component. So you're gonna open it. So now, yep, so you can see what it looks like. You can see we have the overall div, the main container for this session, just this uppermost, this upper layer. So let me move that. This instance, so we have the div here, right? And then we have the image container, which is this other this inner div, and here we have the image itself, right? At the bottom now we have the product info. You can see the product info, which involve the name of the product and the price. Right, I can see that that's this div. Okay, that's this div here. The product info is a bigger div that contains the product title, the price, the product description. You understand? That's what this product info div contains. And it also contains the buttons, the add to cart button and the add to wishlist button. Okay, I think I'm going to copy this entire code now. Copy it. As I said before, these codes, they are simple HTML codes. Go learn some Tailwind if you don't know Tailwind, and then you're going to understand the styles that I used here. So I don't want to waste time trying to type this from scratch. If I start typing, you're going to stay. We're going to take a much longer time. So to make things faster, I'll copy this code, right, and then I'll try my best to explain further if I have to. Understand? So I'll copy the code now. So, and don't worry, the source code will be linked in the video's description, although it's not free, but it's going out for a very, very, very little token. Understand? So, yeah, so back here, over to our components folder now, we're going to create a new component, a new folder first. I'm going to call this folder product detail. So this folder is going to contain all the components for our detail page. And then I'm going to create a new component called product info. New file, products info, right? .txx. So in the file now, I'm going to say RAFCE. Yep, so I'll paste the code I copied. The aim is to make this thing faster. Paste it. Let's go back and I'm going to re-explain. So before this this upper div here is the main container of this upper region. You understand? This upper region that consists of the image, the title, product name, the price, and the description with these buttons. So over here now we have let's import image to avoid that error. Import image from next image, next/image, and we're gonna then get our we're going to use it, and let's use something we have over. Let's see what we have in our public folder. We have the gaming pad. Let's use that gaming pad.jpg. This picture, we've been using it since the start of this tutorial. Gaming underscore pad.jpg, and I'll call this, the alt should be gaming pad. So this other div you see here is the image container. Understand? So it has a width of 350 pixels, height of 400 pixels, right? And then this div is what holds the image. Understand? This image you see here has a container, and the image takes up the full size of the container. So understand? So that's that. So you can check out the styles, simple styles, very simple, right? And then we have the product info. The product info is this right section. Understand? So we have a bigger div there. We have this big div that houses the it houses the product's name, the product's price. And understand, here's the product name and the product price. And you come down a little, you're going to see the product details. Here was the detail H3, the details. You can see what we have here, these details. And then over here we have the description, product description, this P tag, right? That's the product details, right? And at the bottom we have another smaller div that holds the buttons. This add to cart button, the add to wishlist button, right? So it's that simple, right? So you have to import button, just click on it, and then on your keyboard hold down Control and period to have the button components imported. And that's it. Remember, we already have these components created. it was made reusable in the last session. Understand? So right now we've got this region done. So let's go implement. So right now, over to our code now, over to this page.cxx. We're going to remove this. We're going to use a React fragment, right? And then put in the product info component, product info, right? And then I think that should be it. So we've got the product info added. Let's have it imported. This is not defined. Come on, it's defined. So let's try again. Control and period. Yeah, here's the import statement. Yeah, so you have it imported now. If you go back to the products page now, you're going to see something different. It's trying to load up, and once it's done loading up, you're going to see we have the upper section now working, right? So once it's, yeah, you can see now we have it, right? So we have the upper section done. So what's the next part? The next part is to add these statistics, this rating statistics. That's the next part. Let's go add that now. Okay, so right now let's add the rating statistics. Let's see what it looks like. Back here, you can see it over here, the customer reviews. We have the rating box, and we have this individual progress bars. So let's see how it looks. Let's go over to the code now. So we are right now, we have the product info added. So yeah, so let's create. I think we're going to add a new parent div. I need to know where the parent div ends. Okay, it ends here. Cool. So yeah, so let's add it quickly. So we're gonna, I'll copy this. Let me copy this class name. Ctrl C. Back here, I'm gonna add a new div. Let's say div class name should be equal to this, right? And then yep. So what are the content now? So you have the main. We have right. This div has a width of 1440 pixels. The padding X. Remember, we have this custom padding X in the global.cxs, and it is being, this div is being centered on our computer screen. This MX Auto make sure that the div is at the center of the page. So what do we have next here? So next we have the H3, this customer service. We have this H3, here's it here. So get the H3, and then we had it here. What else do we have? If you scroll down, yeah, so now we have right now we are about to style this box, this box on the left. So now get the code now. Let's see where it starts and where it ends. Yeah, so we have this outer div, this outer one here. This div is what holds this outer div here is what holds this box and these progress bars on the right. So right now, copy the styles for the div. Copy it. And back here, just under the H3, I'm going to add this sub container div. I'm going to say class name. Then we'll paste the styles, right? So we've got the styles in there now. So what's the next thing? Let's get the contents of the div. So right now we have the display box. The display box. Come on, where are you? This is the okay. Right now, I'll copy this style for the box. Yes, there is the box style. This highlighted Tailwind CSS code. That's the box style. Okay, back here. Add another div inside there. Div class name. So you have the div now. So what's going to be inside the div? Don't worry, I'm going to help you guys comment out this page. I'll help you comment out the different segments that makes up this page, so you understand what's going on. So right now, instead of that box, we have this H1 5.0, which you see over here. This H1, Then we have this small text that says 5.0 of 10 reviews. Here is it. And at the bottom, we then have the stars, right? You can see it's that simple. So copy everything, copy it, and then we have to go paste it inside of the div. Yeah, so now we've got this now. So we have to import star from Lucid. We have to import the star icon from Lucid React. Hold down, click on it and hold down and press Ctrl and period on your keyboard. We're gonna add the import from Lucid React. Right, it says up there. Yeah. So we've got the box done. We've got this box here done. So what's left is the progress bar on the right. So let's see how it is styled. Yeah, so we have the progress bar just under the box. Right now, just copy this. Let me just add this comment to make sure you don't get confused when you start working with it. So let's add this here. Here's the written box. Here's where it starts. And it ends. It ends just on. Let me just copy the closing div, the closing comments. Yeah, it ends here. Let's save it. Yep, so it starts here and ends. So right now, let's work on the progress bars. Let's work on that next. Okay, so right now we have the rating display box added. It has been added, right? So here is the code. So let's see the browser. That's what we have there. Scroll down. Okay, perfect. Now you can see we've got that now. So what's the next thing? Let's add the progress bars. Understand? So let's go back to our shop it code and see what I did there. Okay, now so you can see the progress bars. Okay, yeah. So right now I'm going to add this comment. Let's just add a comment. It's important so so it can help you guys know where which starts and which ones ends here, which one starts here. You get so yeah. So let me just copy and then paste that here. So right now for the written display container, let's add the styles for that. Gonna be div class name. So let me just add the div first and then close it. So let's get the class name for this div. You can see the class name here. Copy. So class name should be equal to this. Yeah, so right now we have to create a new component called rating progress bar. Rating progress bar. We can't just come here and start writing. If you add the code here, if you add the progress bar code, it's going to look a bit messy. So it's always a good idea you create a separate components for your for instance for your codes for your components. Create a separate file that handle a specific component. I'm even thinking of converting this box to a component. We are going to do that later, but let's work on the progress bar right away. So back to the components folder. So components folder now into this folder called product detail. We are going to create a new file called rating progress bar. Rating progress bar .txx. It enter. I'm going to say RAFCE. So now, yeah, so we've got the progress bar there. So let's see what the code looks like. So open this file, just hold down Ctrl and click on it to open the component. So we have this, we have the parent div, we have the small text. This small text is what is this? This is what holds this text on the left, these rating values, right? And then we have the progress. This progress you see is coming from Shadcn. And then we have the rating number on the right. So let's start with that. So for the parent container, so let me just remove this rating. Parent container, I'm going to add this class name. Class name should be equal to, paste that here, perfect. So once that's there, that's the parent container for the rating progress bar. So what's inside? We have this small tag. Just copy it. copy, and then back here we're going to add a small tag. So I'll add the class name, should be equal to this, and then I'm going to just add excellence for that class, excellence. Yep, so I've got the small tag now. What do we need to add again? We also need the progress bar itself. Yeah, so we have the div of flex1. So let's add the div, then the progress bar. Remember, the progress bar comes from Shadcn. So we're going to just add the div class name equal to flex1. So I think there are two styles there, flex1 and okay, just flex1. So let's go get the progress component from Shad. I'm going to go to Shadcn UI, hit enter. So click on the first link, right click on components on the navbar, and over to the left navigation, look up progress. So where are you, progress? Here is it. Click on it. So yeah, so we have here. So yeah, so let's add this installation npx shadcn at latest add progress. So back to our code. Let's take this up, open a new command prompt, and then we'll paste this, hit enter. So while it is installing, let's go get the actual code we need. I think we need this. Let's import it back to our code at the top. Let's see, over here it's asking us a question. Okay to proceed, yes. Up here, pasting the progress from Shad. So it's still installing, right? So let's wait for it. So, and then let's get the component itself. Here it is, copy. Then we'll paste it inside of this div. So let's see, if you're going to use control, use your arrow keys and then choose use legacy pair dips over here. Click here and then arrow keys, enter. So now, yeah, so let's see what the progress class, let's see the classes we used. Just copy these classes for the progress bar. I'm going to say class name should be equal to, yeah, I've got the class name there. So what's the value? Let's see what the value is again. Okay, the value, you can just add something like, let's say, so okay, let's say 40. That's fine. So you have our progress bar now. So yeah, so what's the next thing we have on the, what next do we have? Now we have the rating, this number rating on these numbers on the right. So let's add that too. So I'm going to get the class name, the classes we used. Then right now back to, I'm going to add a small tag. I'm going to say small. We add the class name equal to, pasting the style, and then the number rating I'll just add, let's say 10 people. Okay, I think we are good now. Back here I can give this is 40. Let me give this 40. So right now we have our rating progress bar, the rating progress bar, right? So back to the page now. Just instead of this div, we're gonna add those. I'm gonna say rating progress bar. So let's try and import it. Control and period. So I'm gonna add about, I think we need 5 of it. Yeah, let's copy and add 5 of it to the page. Let's see what we have here. We have 5 of them now, and they're all having the same value. So right now I want to, the first one right now I want it to be like this: excellent, very good, good, fair, and poor. So we're going to use props to change the values right now. So over here I'm going to just say let me just say I'll just say rating should be equal to this one. The first one should be excellent, Excellent. And right now I'm going to say number of ratings, people that give it, number of people that give it. I'm going to add a number of persons that gave it the excellent rating. Let's just say 10 of them, 10 persons gave it excellent rating. That's the number of people that gave it. So do the same thing for the others. Paste it here. I want them to have different values. So this one will be very good. Very, very good. I'm gonna call this, let's say 8 persons said very good. Let's say 6 persons said good. Let's say 5 persons said fair, and 3 persons said poor. So this is gonna be good, this will be fair, and this will be poor, right? So you have to go accept these props in this rating progress bar. So back here, you have to accept the props. Number one, the first one is called, let's be sure, I think I call them rating and non-rating. Rating and non-rating. So that's we have to, let's declare the interface props. Remember, we are using TypeScript. So we are using TypeScript. So we have to always pass the types, props, and then we're going to just say the rating is a number. Is a number, right? You say rating number, and the rating is a string, and the non-rating is is a number. I'm going to say number. So I'll pass in those props, put in a colon. Yes, right now we just declare the types. So right now, instead of having to have excellence here, we're going to just pass in the rating. Sorry, not like that. I'm going to put inside the curly braces. And right now, instead of having to have these values, this number we have here, we just add num rating. Yeah, over here, right? The value, I'll just say num rating times 2. Sorry, num rating times 2. And over here, add the num rating over here. Sorry, not like that. Put in then paste the value. So I can have our rating progress bar good. This is what it looks like on the page on the browser. Back here, you can see now we have excellent, very good, good, fair, and poor. Right? You can see now this means that 10 persons give this product an excellent rating, 8 persons give it very good, 6 persons gave it good, 5 fair, 3 poor. Right, so don't worry, this value we have here is a dummy value. The value in the box is a dummy value, so it's meant to correlate with these ratings. Instead, it's meant to have about, we are meant to have about let's say 18 plus 6, 24, 24 plus 8, that's 32. We are meant to have like 10, 30, we are meant to have 32 reviews, not 10 reviews. Remember, this is a dummy, these are dummy data. So when we start consuming the backend, we're going to have the real values. So the rating has been added. Now what do we have next to add? This item we add the star rating components. So it's item we add the star. So let's add this next. Okay, so right now we're making huge progress. Right now we've added the review statistics. So what's left now? Let's add up the pop-up, this Modal pop-up. Let's add it up. So yeah, so we have to add this. Yeah, so let's see how the code looks like. So first thing first, the Modal has a container. This div is a container. So I'll just copy this. Let me copy that comment. It's very important to guide you guys when you start building your own app. So it's gonna guide you. Let's be sure I'm in the right place. I think I have to come out of the div. Okay, I'm gonna add a div now. Div class name. Before I add the div, let's add the comments. Sorry. And here I'll post in the comment again. I'm gonna say review Modal from end. This is end. Yes, this is where it ends. So as for the class name, let's get the classes that was used for the Modal container. So paste the classes here. So right now, yep, we've gotten it now. So right now, let's go. Right now, our Modal is coming from Shadcn, the browser. So on the left side, look up. Let's look for Modal. I think it's called Dialog. It's not called Modal. It's called Dialog on Shadcn. Yeah, Dialog. So click on this. Yep. So here's how it's gonna be to look like this. Let's see. Let's see. Let's check out something else. So right now we're gonna stick with this. It's gonna look like this. Yes. Yeah. So what's the first thing? Let's add let's install it. Copy the command here to your code. Hit enter. So you're going to create a new components file over to your components folder in the UI components. This file UI components. You're going to create a new component called modal.txx. You see RAFCE common. Yep. So right now let's get the modal code from here. You're going to use this. Copy to your code. Place what you have here. So you have to import all this stuff. So we have the importation up here. Just copy this on the top of your code, paste it. So right now we are not done installing the dialog. That we are not done installing the dialog component. You can see it's asking some questions. Hold down control. I'm going to use legacy peer depths. Use your arrow keys on your keyboard and then hit enter. So right now you should complete the installation. Right. So yep. So let's wait for that. So right now it's done installing, right? So let's copy this modal over to our page.txs. We're going to add the modal components here, modal. So let's see what it looks like. Click on control and period to have it imported. Come on, don't waste my time. Click on it again. Let's try again. Yeah, here's the import statements. And you can see up here it has been imported. Yeah, so now let's go down to our page now. Let's see what it looks like. So scroll down. Yeah, click on this open. Yeah, so if we have this now, right now I want to replace this open with an actual button that says click to add a review. Let's see what right now in the Shopee code. Here's our modal page. Here's the modal. So you can see right now we have the button components we created, the reusable button components we added previously. It has these classes. This default btn we have here is a custom CSS. Is a custom class. You find it if you go over to your global.css file. You find it there. So we added some extra styles from tailwind to the button. So we are going to copy the styles now, and we are going to add this button as a trigger for the modal. This button will trigger the modal. So back to our code now. Over to the modal components, because we have this dialog trigger. This is where you have to impute the button that will trigger the modal to pop up. So I'm going to remove that open text now, and let's use the button components from what we've created previously. So I'll add this class name, what I copied now, and then close the button. Then over inside the button, I'm going to say click to add a review. So let's import button from control period. Put down control and period to import button. Here's the imports. So right now we have button imported. Yep. So right now we are going to remove some of the stuff we have here. What I only need is so we don't need the description. We don't also need the title. So you go back to the page now. You can see now. Scroll down. You can see we have click to add a review. We don't need this title. We don't need the description. We don't need them, right? So we have to remove them, right? So back to the code. So remove the description. But if you remove the title, our code will throw an error. If you remove the dialog title, because it's always important it's there. So what we can simply do is that we can simply hide it by saying class name hidden. If you remove the dialog, if you remove the dialog title, our code will run into an error. So to avoid seeing it, just hide it with the tailwind class hidden, and that'll be fine. And let's see what it looks like. Click. It's meant to disappear, but it's still there. Wait, back here. Do I need to refresh the page before it works? Okay, it's gone. It's now gone. So right now our modal is MC. So it's time for us to go create the modal, the review form. The review form is this form. This form you see here that enables you this form. Let's go create this form. So our modal is currently empty. So we're going to create a new component in the product detail. We're going to call it review form. So through this form now we can be able to add reviews to our product. I'm going to call it review form.txx. So I'm going to say RAFCE, common. Yep, so we've got that already. So right now we have our review form, right? Here's the review form. I think my code, the text is small. So sorry. So right now we have the review form. So let's see what it looks like from our Shopit code. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, so we have the header, the H3, which rate and review this product. Then we have the stars. Then we have the paragraph tag. Then we have the form itself. Right? So yeah, that's it about the review form. And that's it now. So let's go add the review form right away. Let's add it quickly. First thing first, let's add the div. Let's add this div. I'll copy the class. So back here, this is the overall parent element. The overall parent of the review form. I'm going to say class name, pasting the class there. So yeah, let's remove the text inside of it. So we've got our review form now, the main container. So right now I want to get this heading, which we have here, this H3. Copy the H3 and over here paste it. After we've gotten the H3, what's next? Now we need the star ratings, the star. Now we need the stars. These stars you see here. You can see you have each of them here. Just copy this, just under the H3. We've got the stars there, so we have to import the star from Lucid React. Hold down Control and period to import the star. Add import from Lucid React. Yeah, that's gonna fix it. So after the star rating, what else do we need? We need a paragraph, this p tag that tells us what rating we are on. What's this? Here is it. So now let's add it. Copy this p, the paragraph tag. Yep, so we've got the paragraph tag now. So what's next? You actually need the form itself, the review form itself. So we have, I'm going to copy the forms class, the form style. So let's add the review form. Let me just add the review form. This is the review form here. So you're going to say form. Right, I'm going to say class name should be equal to this. So we're going to just then, what's going to be in the form? The text area. This text area comes from Shadcn. Copy the text area. Copy it. So we have to install text area from Shadcn. Shadcn is beautiful, you get. So we have to use most of their components. It's called text area. Click on it. So now just simply copy this installation command over here. We have to paste it. Hit enter. And we have to also import it on top of our code. Here's the import. Copy this on top. So we have it pasted there. So here's the text area itself. These are the components. We already have it. Yeah, already have it here, right? You can see it here. So right now we added some props to it, like the name, the class name, the placeholder value, and the required, right? So don't worry, these are just, don't worry, when it's time for us to start integrating the backend, you are gonna find out the importance of this name we added here. Right, so that's it about the text area. Let's make sure it is done installing. Okay, it's done installing, right? I think this is too big. Let's reduce the size. So go to our text area added. So what's left? So we have the button. We also need to add our button. So copy this button. The button you have here is, here's the button. This button you see here. Just under the text area, we're going to add the button. This is the form button. It has the class name, the text. So we have to import button. Remember, we have the button components in our code. Hold down Control and period to import it. Here's the import statement on top. And button has been imported. So we can save this. So right now we have our review form added. Here's our review form now. So what's the next step? So this modal is going to serve as the parent of the review form. So that's our components now. So over here, so right now I'm going to, right now this modal is going to be accepting a children prop, and this children is the review form. So I'm going to close this modal. It's going to be like this now. We're going to pass the review form inside review form, right? Let's make sure we have review form imported. Control and period. So let's import review form. Hold on Control and period. Here's the import on top. So now this review form has to be so right now this modal has to accept this prop. Back to your modal components. So you have to accept the children prop. Children. And we're going to pass the children prop just outside of the dialog header. Yeah. I'm going to pass the children prop here. So right now we have to simply declare the props, the interface props for these children. So let's remove the dialog description. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it anymore. We don't need it. So remove it. So right now let's simply declare our interface prop for the children. I'm going to say interface props. And children is called. It's going to be React node, right? So that's the type of the children. That's the type, right? So React node. So we'll pass this props over here. So now I think this should work. Let's just save this. So now we've got right now we have our dialog form done, and it has been passed as a prop to the modal, right? So whenever we click on the modal now, we should see the pop-up. You should see right now we should see it now. Back here, scroll down, click. Ouch, it's not looking good as I expected. Look at what we have here. Hard review. Sorry, not. You can see how this one is looking, but ours is not excellent. Let's see what the problem is. So right now, here's our review form. Here's the form now. So I'm going to replace this. What we have, this div, this parent div. What we have here, I want to replace it. Replace the class. Let's replace the class now. Remove what we have here, and let's paste this one. This is right now. I have to give it a width of a full width. Right, it's going to take up the full width of its container. How what's going to happen now? Back here, close this guy, open it again. You can see now it's looking better. So I think we need to have 5 stars. 5 stars, right? What we have here is 4. And I need to make the star. I need to make this. You can see if you overround the stars, it shows the yellow border. Right now, I want it to be black, not yellow. It has to be black. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this to over text black and not yellow. Control D D D D. Right. Let's put some black there. Let's what's gonna look like. Because now it's now black. That's fine. So what's the next phase now? So the next thing is to make these stars interactive. Something like this. See my watch now. If I over around, you can see it's interactive, right? I can click on it, stops. Can over around it, click on it, stops. You can see. I want to make this interactive. Well, let's make this guy over here interactive, like what we have here. So let's work on that next. Yeah. So right now it's time to make all the stars interactive. Right now I want to integrate the star rating feature. Right. So these 5 stars. Whenever you over around, whenever you click them, this value changes, and whenever you over around it, it gets filled up with it gets filled with a black color, something like this, right? You can see how interactive this is. So let's add the same feature here. So we're going to write some Java, some React code, some JavaScript code onto the form now. So right now we don't want to list out all the stars individually like this. We want to map through an array of objects to display the stars. Not we don't want to just display all the stars like this. So remove that. So back on top now, we're going to add a new array. We're going to say const ratings should be equal to an object. It's going to be equal to an array of objects. I'm going to say rating should be 1. The review should be equal to poor. Right. So I'm going to copy this and add it 4 more times. Right, so the first one is 1, review poor. Second one is going to be 2, the review will be fair. The third one will be 3, the review is going to be good. The fourth one will be 4, right, the review is going to be very good. The last one will be 5, and the review will be excellent. We have to map through these ratings to display the 5 stars we need. Currently, we only have 1 star. So over here, come over here and say ratings. I'm going to say ratings dot map. So right now, I want to get access to the individual rating, individual object, right? To the individual object. So I'll just simply pass rating as the object, rating, and then we're going to simply display the star right? So we have to pass a key name here. Just say key should be equal to, could just say rating dot rating. Those are the instance. So remember, this rating we have here is an object. So I could just destructure it, put in the destructure. I want to just simply destructure it now. It's an object with these 2 properties, rating and review. So I'll just simply hope you understand. So let me go back again. So remember, we are mapping through an array, and the array contains objects. So when mapping through the array now, so each of the item in the array is an object, right? So right now, this rating represents the individual item in the array, right? So, and this rating is an object. So instead of having to have an object, let's just simply destructure it, so you can have access to the properties in the object. That's what I'm simply trying to do. So I'll simply destructure it now, and we're going to have rating and review. So we're going to say rating and review. Since this has been destructured, since the object has been destructured, I'll change this. So right now we are going to simply have only rating. We don't need to have rating. Hope you understand. It's that simple, right? So I'll save this now to make it look good. So what's the next thing now? So our next aim is this. Now whenever we over round the stars, if I hover around it, I want you to just if I'm I want the color to the background color to change from none to black. Instead, if I hover around the stars, I want the background color to just keep changing as I'm hovering. If I hover around number one, just something like this. Now just watch. Currently I'm on the first star, second star, third star. I can see the color keeps changing, right? If I go back to number three, you can see if I click on 4, it stays there. I click on 3, it stays there. Click on 5, click on 1, go back again. You can see, click on 4, you can see, go back. You can see, I want to add this. Let's add the over feature. Once we add the over feature, the overing, we are going to then work on adding the click feature. So right now, how do we do it? How do we go about that? So I'm going to add two states now. So remember, whenever you're using a React hook in a Next.js component, you always have to add the use clients, because Next.js components are all server based by default. So this Next.js now, this is a client's component because we are trying to use a React hook now. So right now, just come over here and just say const. I want to add two new states. I'm going to say over rating, and I'm adding two new states. Over rating. I'm going to add set over rating by d. So we're going to be equal to use states. The value will be 0 by default. Let's add the over review. We have to import use states from React. Hold down control and period. Control and period. Update imports from React. So now let's add the over review. We're going to say const over review. We're going to then say set over review. By default, it's going to be an empty string. We're going to say use states. Yep, empty string. So what is the goal? What is the plan here? Over review, set over review, set over rating. Okay, after the comma here, I knew something was wrong. Okay, so now what's the aim now? So our aim, I'm going to write a function now. I'm going to say const undo over const undo over. Whenever we over, this function will be called. So the thing is that whenever I over around the stars, this star we have here, here's a star. Remember, we're going to have 5 stars because of these 5 different stars. So whenever I over around the star, I want to simply update our over rating and over review based on the rating and review we have on the star. Understand? So on the first star, the rating is going to be 1, the review will be poor. On the second star, the rating is going to be 2, the review will be fair. Understand? So that's how it keeps going, right? So on the third star, the rating is going to be 3, the review will be 4. So whenever we over around the star, I want to simply update these values, the over rating and the over review. So I'm going to call this function undo over in. So we're going to undo over in and overing out. So if you over in something like this, if you over in now something like this, you can see the background color of the stars changes. If you over out, it goes back to default, right? You can see it now. Over in, it changes. Out, it goes back to the default state. So I'm going to have two functions, so the over in and the over out. So I'm going to say we're going to have the rating value up here, the rating value. So we're going to say we're going to have the rating and the review value, the rating and review. Let's just pass in the object. Let's just say rating and object. I'm going to say rating and then review. So let's come over here and just say set over rating to rating, right? To rating, rating that comes. Use the rating from here, and set review, set over review to. We're going to set review to review. So now we have to declare the type of this prop. The type, going to come over here and just say interface props. Right, I'll just say interface props rating is going to be, rating is a number and review is going to be a string. So we're going to pass the props here. Yeah, so we've got this already. So now we have our function now. We have the function, right? So what's the next step? Let me just save this file to make it good. So we have our function done. So it's going to whenever we overrun the star, this function will be called. Understand? So back to our star. Where's the star? Here's the star now. So I'm going to add the on pointer enter. That's whenever you over. You're going to say on pointer enter. Here is it. I want to call the function this undo over in. So I'm going to call the function. So we're going to pass in. We're going to do it like this because we have to pass in some arguments. We have to pass in some values. These values. That's why we have to do it like. That's why I have to also come down here and add another arrow function. So it's called undo over in. So we're going to pass this rating and review as the argument, as the values, right? So whenever you over on the stars, this function will be called. So yeah, so that's it now. So how do we prove that now? Whenever you overrun the stars, I want to simply update the class name, right? So let's do that right away. So right now, what we're going to do is this now. We're going to say if the star, we're going to say if any of the star has a rating value. Remember, these are the rating value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If any of the star, remember the first star has a rating of 1, the first star, second star 2, the third star 3. So if any of the star has a rating value that is less than over rating, that star should be colored black whenever it is overed upon. Understand? So that's what we are going to do now. So on pointer enter, so we are going to then right now what I'm going to do is this now. I'm going to just put this in a curly braces now and now call the CN. I'm trying to use some tailwind stuff here. CN now. So this is right now. This will be the default style, the default style. So let's add our condition now. So I'll say if rating, if it is less than or equal to over rating. Remember, over rating is always updated whenever you overrun the star. If rating is less than or equal to over rating, I'm going to simply add this style called fill black. Fill up the star, and then else if it is not, just do nothing. We're going to add nothing. Nothing will be added, right? So this CN we have to import CN. Click on it and hold down Control and period, and let's import it. So here's you can see say add imports from our library from the lib folder slash utils. I think it comes from Shadcn. Click on it. So it has been added now. So whenever we overround the star, whenever we overround it, we are going to see that the color will be filled up with black. The background will be filled with black. You understand? So let's try that. Click. So we can see now. Okay, something is wrong. I don't like here. Okay, back to the code now. I don't like that border color. The border color should be, let's say, text black. I don't like that border. Text black. I don't think I even want the. Let's try again. Okay, I needed something like this. You get, so you can see here. But there is a challenge now. You can see now if I over out is normal. You can see if I over out now. Okay, if I over outside, I want this. I want all the stars to go back to its normal state, right? So it's the stars. The color can only stay if you click, but if you over and you over out, the stars should return back to its normal state, to its normal self. You understand? Without the colors. You understand? But that's not what it's doing. So let's undo that now. So we're going to add another function. Let me just call this function const over out, const over undo over out, undo over out. It's going to be equal to this. So right now, just simply set over rating to 0, back to 0, and we'll set over review back to an empty string. So I'm going to just over here, I'm going to say on pointer leave. Where are you? So on pointer leave. So we're going to call handle over hearts. So that should be it now. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on. So scroll down and then click on the button. So over. If I over out, it turns back to normal. So as we are overing, I want this value here to change. This value you see as a dummy value. Let's make this, as we are overing, let the value also change. So back here, scroll down, so you can see where we have the excellence. We are meant to have review score there by default, review score. So the value should be coming from here. Over review, right? So just add that here. So if over review is an empty string, display review score. It's that simple, right? Display review. If this is empty, if it's an empty string, we're going to show the review score. So back here. No, okay, I think I made a mistake. It should be a single. Yeah. What's happening? It's not working. This should be a string. Let's try again. This should be. Am I getting it wrong? Okay, I've seen my mistake now. So it should be like this. We have to put this guy inside the parentheses. Inside the curly braces. That's how it's meant to be. So if over review is true, if it has a value, it's going to get displayed. If not, the review score will get displayed. So click on the casino now. Fair, good, very good, and excellent. So that's for the overing part. So let's go work on the clicking. If you click, the review is meant to stay. Even if you over out, it's meant to stay. Let's go work on the clicking aspect. We've covered the overing part. Let's work on the clicking. Let's work on when you click on the stars. Working on that next. Okay, so we've been able to add the over effect on the star rate on the stars, right? So let's add the click effect. It's very similar to the over. It's going to be very, very similar. We're going to add another set of states. I could just copy this. Copy, and then we call this one click rating. Let's call it clicked rating. Clicked. That's the better name. Let's call this one clicked review. Clicked review. I'm going to call this set clicked rating. We'll call this set clicked review. So we're going to have the same function. We're going to have another function that is similar to the over function. I'll just paste this on top. Now I'll call this function undo click, right? Let's say undo star click. To have the same rating and review, the same props. Alright, right now we're going to change this set over rating to set clicked rating to rating. I'll change this to set clicked review to review. So we're going to call this function whenever we click on the star, right? I'm going to say, we're going to add the on click. I'm going to say on click should be equal to this. Then we're going to pass in the rating and the review. Yeah, so that's it now. So over here, we'll come over here now and say if rating. I'm going to add the or. I'm going to say or. I'm going to say if rating is less than or equal to clicked rating. If this is false, it is going to come over to the second condition. Understand? So it's going to come over to the second condition, and if this is true, this star will be applied. If both are false, the empty string will be applied. Right, so let's see now how it goes. So let's see, click on it. You can see now it stays. Click, it stays, but the review score is not updating. So that's because we have to also add clicked review. Yeah, I'm gonna say clicked review. I'm putting the yes. So yeah, this is what we need to do, and then come over here. You can see it says very good 5. You can see. I wish I could explain this better than I did now, but that's just it. So right now I've been able to add the star rating component to our. We've been able to add a star rating component, right? So you can click, and it's all interactive, right? So I really hope you do understand. I really hope you understand. You get, so that's it now. So what next? Let's go work on the. Let's add this review section. Let's add this part. This card that holds the user reviews. Let's add it quickly. Okay, so right now we've been able to add our modal form. The star rating is working. So what's the next thing is to add the review card. This card we have over here. So I think we're making huge progress. So now under the button we have to have the card. Let's go back to our shop it code. The shop it code. Let's see what we have on the shop it. So you can see we have this component called review card container. Let's see what it looks like. Go back to components now. Product detail. Review card container. Here's what it looks like. Right, so it then has a component called review card. So let's work on this quickly. So I think we've spent much time on the detail page. So I'll create a new component in my product detail. New file. I'll say review card container.txx. I'll say REFCE. So now, yeah, let's all the contents of the file. So just copy this. We have to be fast now. Paste this guy here. So right now I have to create the review card components. Back here, new file, review card.txx. I'm gonna say REFCE. So you have to import this, control and period. So we're going to add the review card container to the page now. I'm going to say review card container. Spell that container. Yep. So we've got that there now. So let's see what it looks like on the page. Yeah, so we've got that now. So this reviews R3 comes from the review card container. If you check the review card container, you can see we have the reviews up here, and then this is the review card. It's displaying just a normal text currently. So let's go over to the review card now. Let's see what it looks like. Over to our shop it. So you can see what it looks like. So we have the parents div. Then we have some Yep. So let's do this quickly. So copy the style for the parent div. Back here. Just start afresh. I'm gonna say div. So I'm gonna say class name. Paste what we copied, and then let me just copy that comment is gonna help you when you start using the components. So what's the next thing we need to copy? I think we have another div. Yeah. The div that holds, it says action buttons for editing and deleting the reviews. Right, so what this div is meant for. So copy this class. So the div is meant for this section. Let me show you. It's meant for this this button, this delete button, the pen icon, and this right side. That what the div is for. So if I copy the class, copy it, and then back here another div. maybe the class name, paste it. So, so let's get the contents of the div. So we have the span. Copy the span, the entire span. The span is what is holding the delete button, the delete icon, and the pen icon. That's what the span is holding. So if I paste the span here, we've got the span, right? So let me just, okay, yeah, that's what the span is. And then the trash icon is coming from, the icons are coming from Lucid React. Hold down, click on it and hold down Control and period. Yep, the same thing for the pen icon from Lucid React. So we've gotten the icons. So what's the next thing we need to add? We need to add this part of this text here. Let's add it. Come over here, you can see where it says, you know, copy, just copy this section. I think it's outside the span. Yeah, we have two spans, right? So you got those two there. So what's the next thing? Yeah, so the next thing now is the next step we want to work on is this profile picture. You can see what it's called, the review profile and review content. That's the next thing we want to work on. So we just copy this. Let me be sure. So outside this div, so add a new div. Let's get the class name. Let's say class name. Then we paste the div there. So let's get right now to get the contents of the div. So we copy from the paragraph tag down to this, not just there, it goes down, it goes way down. So I'll copy the paragraph tag first. So I've had making a mistake. That's the name of the user. And then what do we have next? After the paragraph tag, then we're gonna get the star rates and the stars. So first, let's just create a div for the stars. Let's create a div first. It has a class name. Alright, so let's get the class flex gap and the margin top. I'm gonna add it here. So I'm gonna add our star icon again. You can see this, the star icon is here, you can see it here. We need 5 stars, right? So yeah, so we're gonna import star from Lucid React. Let's get the class name. I'll copy everything and I'll add the field of black. Class name. I'm gonna say field black. Yep, so we've got that already. So we need to have 5 stars, five of them. But instead of having to add the stars one by one, we can just simply just create an array up here. Just say const. And just say star array equal to an array of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me just say star arrays. Right now, come over here and map through the star array. I'm going to say star arrays dot map, and over here I'll say star. Right, I want to simply display each of these individual star icons. Yep, so we're going to pass the star as a key equal to star. So I think that's what we need to do, and we've done it. So we've got our star done. So what's the next step? After the star rating, We need to add this small text that displays the actual review the user dropped. Let's do that. I think I've skipped something important. I didn't even have the profile picture. I just noticed that. So let's get these guys. These two, cut them. Just copy, Control X, paste them inside this div. It's meant to be inside the div. The profile picture is not even part here. It's not even here. So we have to add the profile picture. Go back here. Let's see where the profile picture came. Let's see where it comes in. It comes in. Yeah, here's the profile picture here. Just copy this. Okay, so we have to have another. We have to have another. I skipped something. Let's add this div. It'll be class name. Pass this div here, and this div is gonna hold this content. Let me copy this. All this content, right? And over here, I'm going to copy this comment and add it. Yes, meant to be here. And up here, we're going to have the profile picture div, which is this. Yep. So let's import the image from Next. It's going to say import image from Next-image, Next/image, right? So for a profile picture, I need to go find the picture. So for the profile picture that we're going to use here, I will use over here, I need to drag it into the project. So let me just go get it. So my file explorer, here's a picture, drag it in over here, and then inside of the public folder. Oh, you made a mistake. It should be inside the public folder, not the node modules. Let's drag it again. Public. Yeah. So it's called profilepic.jpg. Here it is. So over here, that's the name. That's the name there too. Okay, so let's see what we've done so far. Let's be sure I'm not doing rubbish. Okay, it's not bad. It's looking good. Right. Let's just refresh this. Yep, so let's add this part now. Let's add it. Back to the code. So I'm gonna just copy the reviews. This here it is. Copy it and then paste it here. So that's it now. So now we have the review added now. Everything should be working fine. To the browser. You can see now we have it there. So we're almost done with the detail page, and what's left? Don't worry, you can always have the source code in the video description. You get, so if it's confusing, you can always go through the source code and get to know what we are doing, because I can't come and start writing this from scratch again to take us a whole lot of time. So the review card has been added. That's good. So right now, let's work on the final part of this page. If you check the Shopee code now, we have the product from the same category. These are similar products. So we have up here, you understand? So that's what they are going to be. So how do we work on this now? So we can just come over here. Go over to the page now. You can just come over here and add. We're going to just come over here and add the product section. Remember, we have a product section component. We're going to add the product section. That's what we called it. Is in you'll find the components in the home folder. It's called product section. So now let's import it. Let's see what it's going to look. Let's see what it looks like. To the browser. Scroll down. You Okay, so now we have the product section. But one thing is I want to simply change this heading to products from the same category. Products from the same category. On the home page, it says featured products. But on the detail page, you want to make it say, you want to change this to products from the same category. And how can we do this? We can do this with the help of props. Back here, I'm going to pass in this. I'm going to add a prop now. I'm going to say title should be equal to products from the same category. I'll go over to the home page. And I'll add the prop, another prop there. And I'll say title should be equal to. I'll say equal to featured products. Featured products. Featured product, right? So now what do we have to do now? We have to simply go accept this prop in the product section components. Click on it. Let's open it. So you have to accept the title prop. Let's just say interface props. Interface props. We're going to say title is a string. So we'll pass it here. So that's that now. So we're going to pass in title over here. So this should work. That's it now. So back to the browser. So you can see now it says products on the detail page. It says products from the same category, right? While on the home page, it's going to say featured products. So that's the power of props, right? So right now we are done building our product detail page. It has been a very this part has been really long, super long. So I'm super glad we are done with the product detail page. So next we're going to work on the profile page, the user profile page. So we're going to work on that next. So see you there. Okay guys, so right now we have made huge progress. So right now let's build up the profile page quickly. You understand? So I'm going to show you what it looks like. So I'm going to go down to /profile. Yeah, so here's the profile page now. Right now on the profile page, you're going to see you're going to see your orders. You're going to see the products you purchased, right? You see your orders on the profile page, and you also, if you want to scroll down again, you're also going to see the products you added to your wish list. The products you added to your wish list, you see them in your profile page. So right now the profile page is looking quite simple. So maybe later I'm going to add more features on the page, but as for now, the profile page will only contain your orders. Your orders refers to the items you purchased, and it's also going to show you the products you added to your wish list. You get, so that's it now, and it's super responsive. If you expect it, I'm gonna say that it's responsive, right? So yeah, it's responsive as it should be. So right now, let's quickly build up the profile page as quickly as possible. Okay guys, so right now, let's check out the code for the profile page. So over to our Shopit code, click on open the app folder, then go down to profile, open the page.txx. Yep, so let me make this is a bit too big. Let me reduce the size. So we've got the page now, we've got it's quite simple, right? So we're going to build this up quickly. So right now, what we're going to do, I'm going to copy this entire stuff. Just copy it. I'll copy it, and then we're going to create our own page. We are going to create our own profile route. Back here, we'll go over to the app folder, create a new folder called profile. I'm going to call it profile, right? So instead of profile, we're going to create a new file. So this profile is a new route, right? So for this route, you must always create the page.txx file in the route. Create a new file, page.txx. So right now we're going to run the RAFCE command. So hit enter. So I'll paste in the code I copied for the I'm going to call this profile page, and then copy the code we copied. Yeah, we got that already. So right now we have the purchase order. The purchase order is this. The purchase order is this region. This rectangle you see up here. The purchase order contains is this rectangle, and this rectangle contains order. It contains multiple orders. You understand? So if I scroll down, you can see I have another order. You get so yeah. That what so the purchase order you see up here is the rectangle. Is this rectangle? This rectangle is a container that contains the orders this user has made before. That contains the user's orders. Right. So let's build up. Let's build up this. Let's build it up. Let's build up this components. Let's see where over to my code now. I have to check where I built the purchased order. Okay. Right now, over to our components folder. We're going to create a new folder called order. I'm going to call it new folder, not file. New folder. I'm going to call it order.cxx. Sorry, it's a folder. You don't have to add a .cxx. So now in the folder, I'm going to create a new file called purchased order. Purchased. I'm going to say purchased order.cxx. So we have the new, so I'm going to say REFCE. So we've got that now. So let's see the code for the purchased order. Here's the code now. Copy it. It's not difficult. Simple tailwind. And in this purchase order, we have another component called order container. So we're going to create the order container also. So I'm trying to be fast here. Paste the code for the purchased order. So right now the order container is this div. The other container is this rectangle that holds the orders. Why the purchased order is the main rectangle that holds both these texts and the order container. Understand? So that's it. So we have our orders right now. Let's create a new component called order container. Go over to the order folder. I'm going to create a new file called order container.cxx. I'm going to say RAFCE. So right now we're going to get the code for the order container. So don't worry, once you have the source code, this should not be hard for you. So here's our order container. It is having 3 individual orders. So the individual orders is the orders inside of the order container. You can see we have 3 of it. Right? So yep, so what next? So I'll simply copy the code for the order container. Copy it. And back here, I'm going to paste it. So let's go back to our purchased order. We can now import order container because it already exists. Order control and period. Let's see if we can import it. Yeah, here is it. Add imports. And over to our page.cxs, we can now import purchased order because it already exists. Order control and period to get it imported. Yeah, so it has been imported now. So right now, back to our order container. So you can see now we have this new components called individual order. The individual order they are simply the order in the order container. They are the individual orders in the order container. So yep, so now we're going to create a new component called individual order. New file, individual .cxx. I'll say RAFCE. So now, yeah, so we got the individual order, right? So let's import that here. Now, right now, the components already exist. So just order control and period to get your individual order imported. Yeah, here it is. So back to the component now. Let's see what the code looks like in the Shopit code. Let's open it and see what we have inside of the individual order. Okay, here's the individual order. Yep, so we're going to copy this entire code. Just copy the entire style. It's simple. Remember, I said that the individual order is the individual rectangles in the order containers. This, remember, for example, now these are right now, for example, this is an individual order. If I scroll down, yes, here's another individual order. If I scroll, there's another individual order. It's like that, right? So I'll paste in this info, pasting this stuff here. So now we've got our individual order. So right now we have this mini product card, this mini product card. So these cards now are simply the these are simply the products instead of the individual orders. These are the mini product cards. You understand? So right now we're going to create a new component called mini product card. So I'm trying to find out the best place to create the components. Let's see where I created the one for Shopit. Okay. Okay, I'm going to create, so it's going to be created in the order folder also. Well, we're going to create a new component now. We're going to call it mini products card .txx mini product card. So I'm going to say RAFCE. So yeah, so now let's get the codes for the mini products card. Let's see what it says. Click on it, hold down control and click. So right now here's our mini products card now. Copy the entire, just copy the contents. Back to what we have here, paste it. So as we have to import this image from Next now, let's hold down control and period. This should be imported for us, but if it does not import, it's not importing. Okay, up here I'm going to say import image from next forward slash image. So for the image source, we're going to add gaming underscore pad, gaming underscore pad.jpg. Yep, so we've got our mini products now. So what else is left? We've got the individual order. Okay, let's import these components. Hold down control and period on your keyboard. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yep. So it's been imported now. Let's see the order container. It's good. Let's see the purchased order. Cool. We also need to see the page itself. Yeah, there's the page. So now let's also import the mini products card. The mini products card is also going to be the same thing for your liked products. For example, you can see the liked products now and your other items they are using the same card, the same component. So we have to import the same thing because this region over here, this region we have here represents the items added to your wish list. Understand? So right now let's import the components called mini products card. Hold down control and period. And here's the import statement. It has been imported now, and I hope our profile page is good to go. So let's see if it's good. So the browser. Here we are. Here's what we are currently building. So let's go down to /profile. Hit enter. And I super hope we have our profile page up and running. Okay, here's our profile page. Not bad at all. We have our profile. Scroll down. We have our perfect. We've got what we need. Profile page is set now. So this is what it's gonna. Right now, it's gonna be like this. But later, I might add more features like user address, your reviews, understand. But for now, it should be this. It's gonna be this for now. So we've got our profile page set. So next, we need to go work on adding. So right now, we have to start working with Next.js. Now it's time for us to add authentication. So see you there soon. Okay, guys. So right now, it's time for us to implement authentication. Understand? So we've been writing some Tailwind, some HTML codes. Right now, we're going to write some Next.js code. You get? So we are going to be implementing Google authentication instance. So over to the sign in page right now. Let me show you. Let's see the sign-in page. Oh my! I just realized that we've not right now. We don't yet have this. We don't have the sign-in page yet. We don't have it yet. So I'm surprised. So I'm gonna add it right away. Back to the code. Let's add it quickly. So we're gonna create a new route, a new folder called signin.txx, signin.txx. I thought we've already done this, but we've not. So let's add. Sorry, it's gonna be called only sign in. Next time, remove the .txs there. Then we're gonna add a new file called page.txs. I'll copy the code for this. I didn't know we've not done this. So RAFCE, hit enter. Ouch, come on, don't waste time. RAFCE, yep, enter. So I'm going to call it sign in page. Let me just call it sign in page. Sign in page. Let's just say no, the sign in page. Yep. I think this is fine. So back to our code, back to the Shopit code. Shopit, where are you? Let me increase the size so you can see what I'm doing. Page.txs. Yep. So let's get this quickly. Let's just get this, and you can see here is a simple code for our sign in. Quite simple. We're going to copy this and then implement it into the. Let's just copy the function. Let's copy this, the entire div. Ctrl C. Back here. Paste it. It's simple. It's a simple sign-in page. Very simple. You're going to see what it looks like right away. So I'm going to import image. So, okay, before I import image, let's clean up the form. I'm going to clean up this form. Let's clean it up. We'll get here very soon. So right now, let's import image from image. I'm going to say import image from next-image. So image has been imported now. One more thing is left. We also need this google.png file. So I need to go get the file. I think the file is here. I don't know if I drag it, if it's going to disappear. Let's see if we can drag it from here. It's called google.png. Hope it's draggable. Back here, come in. We need you here. Okay. I hope it's able to come in here. Okay, it's here. Good. It came. Yes, perfect. Let's see if it's still on the other code. Okay, it's still here too. Perfect. So right now we have the file called google.png. So now let's see what the page looks like. Let's see what our sign-in page looks like. Perfect. Perfect is what I wanted. So we've got our sign-in page active. So what we want to do now is this. Now I want to enable users log in with their Google account. You can log into the site. You can create an account just by logging in with your Google account. It's that simple. So let's implement it quickly. Okay, so right now the code that makes up this page is very, very simple. The code that makes up this sign-in page is simple to understand. So let's go. So I'm going to. I don't. Do I need to explain it again? I don't think I need to. So right now, here's our sign-in page. Here's the sign-in page over here. So this is a style that makes up the sign-in page. No, sorry, I'm on the wrong code. Here is the right code. Yeah, here's the page that makes up our sign-in. Here is the page, the styles that makes up the sign-in page. It's simple, nothing complex. You can always go through it and understand what's going on. You understand? That's very simple, right? So back to our browser now. So back to the browser. So we want to implement nope. Come on. Right now, we want to implement Google Authentication. You get, so go over to your browser and search for alt.js. It's called alt.js. Alt.js instead. So let's see what we have there. So we're on on this page now. Click on the first link. Click on the first link. So over here now, so you're gonna come to this website now. You can see it says authentication for the web. You get, so that's what you're gonna see, and then click on get started. Get started. So once you are here now, next thing you need to do, just scroll down and click on Next.js. Click on it. Get, so we're gonna follow right now. We have to follow the steps they laid down for us. Follow the steps that was laid down. And so you can see them here. So first thing first, you have to install this NextAuth package, right? You have to make sure you install it. So copy the command, copy it. So open a new command prompt if you don't have a command prompt, and then run the command. You get copy and paste it, hit enter. So I have to install NextAuth. Is super important. Let's see if I can increase the size of my screen. I think it's too big, but let's go, let's continue. So we've gotten NextAuth now. NextAuth is currently getting installed. So what's next now? So we have to run this other command. It's called npx auth secret, and it says now the right now we need to have a secret code. A secret code for our Google authentication to work. Instead, we have to have a secret, an auth secret stored in our environment variables. Again, so we have to have this auth secret stored in our environment variable. You understand? So when you run this command is going to create an env file, and in the env file we are going to have this environment variable with some random characters. You get, so it is very very important. So copy it, you understand, and then let's run the command also. Sorry, we are here. So currently the next auth is still getting installed, so let's wait for it. Okay, now so right now we can paste the command, and I already have the next auth package installed. So I can paste the next auth secrets command, hit enter, and hopefully we are going to have a new env file created. Understand? So just watch, just watch here. You're going to see a new file will be added on the left, a new file called .env.local. So let's wait for the file. You can see now we have a new file called .env.local. Open the file. You can see we have the auth secret environment variable, and then you can see we have it, right. So this is super important, right? You can see right now we have the random characters. Good. So what's next online? What's next on the line? So scroll down. Just read what it says here. Read it. It's very very important. So right now, just read it and you get to understand what's going on. You get, so for now, I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna just tell you what to do. You understand? But as for you, I recommend you read the content of this page. You understand? Read each steps. So right now we're going to create a new file called auth.txt. This file is going to be in the root directory. Right click now, new file. We're going to call it auth.txt. So it's enter. So in that file now we're going to copy this, and we're going to copy this. What you have here, just copy it, and then back to the code, back to your file, and then paste it. Instead, so paste it now. It's important. Just follow me step by step. What's next? So now it's asking us to add a route handler. So we are going to create an API folder, and in the API folder we are going to create a auth folder. In the auth folder we are going to create this other folder, and then this file. And once we've done that, now we're going to paste this code inside. You just have to follow what Next.js said you should follow. Just do what it says you should do. So now let's go create the folders. So back to the API app. Back to our API, we're going to create a folder. So back to the app now. We're going to create a folder called API. We're going to call it API. And in the folder, we are going to create another folder called auths. So auths. Create a new folder called auths. And inside of auths, you're going to create another folder with this name. Just copy it. That name, and then inside of auths, new folder. Just paste that and hit enter. And after that, now you have to create a file called route.txt inside of this folder, route.txt. So new file, route.txt. Hit enter, and in the route.txt file, copy this code. Just copy it, right, and then paste it. We are good. That's it. That's what you need to do. And then what's the next thing to do? So after I've done that, now we have to create another file. This is optional, right? So they say it's optional, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to create another file called middleware.txt, and this file is going to be in the root directory. They just over to the root directory, not outside of your. Just right click outside, new file. I'm going to call it middleware.txt. Hit enter, and then we'll paste in this content, this code inside of the file. And yeah, so we've got that already. That has been done, right? So click on authentication. Go down to your left panel, click on authentication, click on OAuth. I'm trying to follow the steps that they gave us to follow. Click on OAuth. right now we are trying to use Google to log in. Instead, click on Google. Okay. Yep. Yep. So as for your Google now, yes, we are going to come back to this. As for this callback URL, we are coming back to it. Yeah, just for now, it's going to be there. We're coming back to it very soon. So now, right now, we need to get our alt Google ID and our alt Google secrets. We need to get these two, and I'm going to show you how to get it. Just give me some moment. But before we get it now, I'm going to copy this code. Right, copy it now, and then we're going to simply replace what we have in the alt.txt file. So right now, just paste what we have now. So what's the difference there? What's the major difference? Right now we are adding Google as our provider. We are now adding Google as a provider because we are trying to sign in through Google, right? We are trying to sign in through Google. So every step you need to follow is on this website. So just follow me. Follow me is important. So I think we already did this. We already did this now. But right now, next thing I want to go get our alt Google ID and the alt Google secrets. It's super important. So just copy it and over to your env.local file. This file where you have the alt secrets. We're going to add these two. But now the aim is to get the values of your alt Google ID and the alt Google secrets. So we are going to work on that next. So right now, let's get our Google ID and the Google secret. Let's get this two, the alt Google ID and the alt Google secrets. Back to your browser. So now go down to console.cloud.google.com. Console.cloud.google.com. Hit enter. So we're gonna get those credentials from the Google console. Understand? So it's coming up. Yep. So right now we are on the website. We are currently on Google Console. So up here you see, click on this button that says, select a project. Click on the button. Understand? Right now we're going to create a new project now. We're going to create a new one. Click on the button up here that says new project on the top right. New project. So I want to create a new project right away. So I'm going to call my project now. I'm going to call it, let me just say YT Next e-commerce. Remember, this is a Next.js e-commerce site. YT Next e-commerce. So it's enter. No, not it's enter yet. Yeah, YT Next e-commerce. That's the name. Right. So click on create. Click on the create button. So you can see now it's trying to create our project. It's creating it now. So right now it has been created. That's good. So click on the button that says select project. Select it. Select project. Okay, now so once you click on that, now you can see we have this site, this Navbar popped up, but there's no problem. You understand? You can see we have this. So if you don't have the Navbar, there's no problem. Just click on this hamburger. This hamburger you see here, this on the top left, this hamburger, click on it because we have the Navbar. So on the Navbar now, go over to API and services. API and services. On this API and services, click on OAuth consent screen. OAuth consent screen. So let's close this. So now we're on this page now. So click on the start. Click on the button that says get started. Click on the get started button, right? Yeah, perfect. Now, so we're going to give our app and we're going to give the app its information. So yep. So on this page now, so what I'm going to do, simple app information. I'm going to call it Shop It. Let's call it Shop It. What is we're asking for the support email? So click on this drop down and then pick the email you have there, and then click on next. So it's asking you who are your audience. So it's going to be for external users. The site is for external users. Users can come on board and create their account. So it is for external users. So click on the external button, external, and then next. So right now it's asking for your contact information. I can put any email address I want. So I'm going to input I'm going to say clintonmatics@gmail.com, and then next. So you can say I agree to the Google API services. I agree. Check the box and then continue, and then create. So now let's wait for it. It's processing. You can see now it says OAuth configuration created. That's perfect. Sorry for the noise out there. Some dogs are barking outside. I'm so sorry. So yeah, so what's the next step now? So back here, click on this, click on that hamburger again, back to API and services. Right now we're going to click on credentials. So credentials, come on. Right now we're on this page now. Click on create credentials. Click on the button that says create credentials. Right, and then you click on OAuth client's ID. Right, click on that. So right away we are going to get our client's ID. We're going to get our Google ID and the Google secrets. Okay, let's wait for it. So click on create credentials, then OAuth client ID. Right, so we are here now. So it's asking us for the application type. So click on the drop down and then click on web application. We are currently working on a web app. So I'm going to call this, let me just say Shopit web. Right, so scroll down. So we're going to add the URI. So it's asking us to add the URI. So I'm going to add URI. So currently our site is currently on localhost 3000. So that will ask the URI localhost 3000. So if you deploy live, if you go live, you are meant to come back and impute the live URL. But currently we are on the local development URL. So copy the URL localhost 3000, paste it. Here it is localhost 3000. So right now it's asking us for the redirect URIs, right? So it's going to be the same. It's going to be this localhost also. Add it. But this time we have to add this. Let me show you. Remember, we have to add. You have to add this part. So you're going to copy from API to Google. The origin is your localhost 3000. That's what the origin is. Right now, copy from API down to Google. I'm back here. Add in the / and then you paste what you copied, and that's what you need to do. Simple. And once you've done this now, click on the. It should be called Shopit. I didn't call it. Yeah, Shopit. Shopit web. So scroll down and click on create. Click on create. Right now we've gotten our client's ID and our client secret. So I'm going to copy the client's ID, copy it back to your code. So all you have here now, we're going to replace that now. Paste it. This is our client's ID. Make sure it is a string. The same thing for the Google secrets. Let's copy what we have on the browser. Here's a client secret. Copy. And then back here, we're going to just paste it. And we are good. So we've gotten our client's ID and our client secret, and boom, we are good to go. So that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. We are not done yet. We are not done. Yeah. So for you to log in, you can see they showed us. They give us some tips here. If you scroll down, scroll to log in now, you can see. This is how you're gonna log in with Google. It's that simple. This is how you do it. So back to the code now. So I think we've gotten okay. So right now we've been able to use this now. We've been able to use it. We've gotten the Google ID and our Google secrets. We've gotten the two of them. Right. So we've already have our all.js configured. We already have the route.tx configured. So right now it's time for us to log in with Google. It's very simple. You can see what they did here. It's as simple as this, understand? So back to our code now. Over to the sign in page. Sign in page now. This is our sign in page. Remember, by default, every component is a server component in Next.js by default. Understand? So you can only convert this to a client component by adding the use client tag on top. But right now, this is a server component, and for it to use this, you can see we have this term use server. Before you can use this term, it must be on a server component before you can use this term called use server. And currently, this is a server component because this is a server component you understand, because there is no use client, and you're not using any React hook on this page. So I think we are good to go. Right now, whenever the user clicks on this button, they're going to get redirected to Google, and they can then get logged in. Simple. So let's follow what they did now. So right now, back to the page now. So we're going to add an action, the action prop is going to be equal to, we're going to have an async. So it's going to be equal to an async function, async instance. So in Next.js, we work with async function most times. Async function, right? And we're going to have the use server command, because this is a server, because we're trying to perform a server side action. So we're then gonna say that then after the use server, we're gonna then say await. Remember, whenever you're using a sync, you always have to use await. So we're gonna then say await. We want to await this signing, this method called sign in. This is what we're trying to get. We're gonna do this is what we're trying to do, right? Await this. So we're gonna come back here and say await sign in, and then put in the curly braces there. So wanted this. Okay, you can see we got it. You can see it has been imported for us here. Await sign in, right? So we are signing. We want to sign in through Google. So I have to pass in Google, yeah. Then we also passing the redirect. Redirect to whenever you send in, once you direct to the home page, right? Here is the path to the home page. So this is how we do it now. So we add the action prop, then we use the async await. You must always add your use server, and then we have to await the signing method from the auth.txt file, right? And then we have to let you know that we are trying to sign in with Google. Then whenever you are logged in, you're going to be redirected to the home page. So that is the same thing they did here. It's the same thing that was done on this page. Sign in Google instead, but I had to add the redirect to get. So I think we are good to go. Let's try and see if it's going to work. Here's our button. So back to the browser. Back here, click on the button. Remember, this is the form. The form you see here is what houses the button. There is a form. The form you see here is what houses this button. This button you see here is being housed by a form. So click on the button. I've clicked on it. You try an error. It says attempted to call sign in function, but sign in is on the client. It is not. Oh, sorry. Up here, this was gotten from the wrong place. It's not meant to come from this. We got this from the wrong place. It's meant to come from the auth.txt file. But let's try and import it again. Click on it. Hold Control and period, because it's meant to come from the auth file. So that was a mistake. It's not meant to come from the other side it came from. That was a mistake now. So back here, click on it again. Continue with Google. So right now we are being redirected to Google to sign in. So I'm going to pick any of the emails I have here. Click on any of them. And then continue. Continue to shop it, right? Sign in to shop it. You can see shop it up here. That's the name of our site. So it's trying to sign us in. And boom, we are signed in. We are already signed in. We have been logged in. So, but one thing now is this now. So whenever we get logged in, we want to always show the user's name up here, and then the user's profile picture in this circle. That's the next thing we have to work on. Let's work on that next. So right now, let's display the user's name and the user's profile and the user's picture on the Navbar. Let's do that right away. So back to the Auth.js website. So let's close the authentication. You can close it. And then when I click on right now over to session management, right now I want to get in the logged in user session. So click on get session. You can see this is how we get it here. We have to await auth. You understand? So when we await auth, we are going to get a response. So we are going to get the response. You understand? So the response now is going to contain a user property, and through that user property we can get to know who is logged in or not. We can get to know who the logged in user is. So we have to go work on this. Let's go do the same thing now. We have to await auth, understand, and the response we're going to get, that response is going to have a user property, and through that user property you can see the information of the logged in user, their name, their profile picture, and the rest you get. So let's go work on that now. So where do you think we have to go around this now? This line, we have to do it in the navbar. You understand? Let's go back to the navbar, because that's where we have the name and the picture. So that's the navbar. So our navbar components. Okay, where are you, navbar? Go over to components folder and then click on navbar, then navbar.cxs. Yeah, we are meant to do this here, but there is one thing now. We can't do this. We can't do what we have here. We can't do this on the navbar components. Why? It's because this component is a client-side component. It's a client component. It has the use client component. It has a use client tag. We have the use state. This is a React hook. We can't have this. We can't run this command on a client component. It has to be on a server component. So how do we do this now? So right away, it's simple. We are going to create a new component. I'm going to call it Navbar container. I'm going to say Navbar container .txx. So I told you before that every component in Next.js is a server-side component by default. So right now, this is server-side component. So in this component now, we are going to just simply import the navbar component. We are going to bring in the navbar component as a child to this component, right? So control and period, come on, and then control and period, import navbar. So right now, back to your layout page, back to your layout.txx. Here it is. So we are going to replace navbar with the navbar container. We're going to replace that. Yeah, navbar container. Come on, I don't have to type everything for you, show yourself. Yep. So we got the navbar container now. So yep, so now navbar container is a server side. This is a server side component, understand? So right now, once we get the logged in user, we can always pass that user as a prop to the navbar, and then we can display the user's information on the navbar. So right now we're going to add a sync here, a sync, and then a sync. Right then we're going to come over here and say const section should be equal to. We're going to say await auth. Remember, we have auth coming from the auth.txt file. That's where we have the auth coming from auth.txt file. So now we've gotten the await auth now. So this is going to give us an object. It's going to give us an object as a response. Let's see it now. Just say console.log session. Let's say it's going to give us console.log session. Yeah, to the browser. I'm going to just refresh the page. Come over here. Let's go to the bottom of the page. You can see what it gives us. It gives us an object with this property called user, and user is also an object with the properties of name, email, and the image. You can see how it's going, right? So that's why if you start what I was telling you before. So right now I'm going to just say const user should be equal to session, then the question mark dot user. So maybe asking, what does the question mark mean? This question mark means optional. It means that it's trying to say that there might not always be a session. That this is trying to tell us that this session might be null. It might be undefined sometimes, because when a user logs out, our session becomes undefined. It becomes undefined. So you cannot say undefined.user. That's going to throw an error. So this right now, what this is doing now is this now. So if this is not available, user are going to be simply undefined. Simple. So what we are trying to do. So we go to our user now. We're going to pass user as a prop down to the navbar, and then in the navbar, we can then display. We can then output. We can then display the user's information on the navbar. I'm going to say logged in user. Logged in user should be equal to user. Right. So into the navbar component, we have to receive this prop. In the navbar component, let's receive the prop called logged in user. I think I'm going to spell it well. Let's hope I spell it well. It's called, let's just copy it to be sure. Logged in user. So remember, we are working with TypeScript. With TypeScript, you must always declare the type before you are doing the type, right? And we check right now, the user has 3 fields. Username, it has the name, the email, and the image. Simple fields. I'm going to say interface. I'm going to just say interface user. And then I'll just come over here and just say, let's go say logged in user as what? It has what? The name, which is a string. It then has the email. Email is also a string. The image, the picture, the image is also a string. P instance. So that's it now. So I'm gonna pass this user as the prop here, as the type, right? Passing user. as a type. So now we've got this logged in user now. What's the next thing to do? Just copy this. You have to pass it right now. We are not displaying the logged in user. We are displaying the logged in user inside of the nav items, because it's nav items that holds this part of the website. It's nav items that hold this section of the website. It's the nav items, right? So back here, I'm going to pass it as a prop into the nav items. So here it is. Here you are. Logged in user should be equal to logged in user. Right, so let's go over to now. Let's close some of these guys. We don't need them. Let's close them. So I have to open the nav items now and receive this prop. Yep, so we already have a prop here. Let's just put it there. It's called, yeah, logged in user. So we have to also declare the type of this logged in user. Just copy it, then paste it here. Remember the type, let's just copy the type we have here. The same thing. Just copy this content. Back here, paste it. Simple. Yep, so now we've got the logged in user now. Right, so over to where do we have to display this stuff now? So we have to display, so it's gonna be right now, we'll have to show the profile picture over here. Profile picture is gonna be here, right? And then we have to also display the username, the name here, and also display the logout button. Instead, logout button is to log out the user. So when you are logged in, you are meant to see the logout button. When you are logged out, you are meant to see the login button. So right now I'm just going to wrap these three in a div. Sorry, not a div, in a curly braces, not div. So not div now. So and then you can see through an error now. So I'm going to wrap them in a React fragment now. Control X, get to the bottom, and it should be in a fragment. Yep, so we've got that. Okay, now so we've done that now. So what we're going to do now, we're going to then say logged in user, if logged in user, I'm going to just put in if it is true, right? If logged in user is true, if it is true, if it has a value, if it is not undefined, we have to display this part of this part. This part contains the profile picture, the user's name, and the logout button. Else, if it is undefined, if there is nothing there, we're going to just simply add the login button. This login button is meant to point down to, it's meant to redirect you to the sign-in page, right? So I'm just going to put this in a link component. Let's just do that right away. Link. I could just say, let's just call this link. Hope it works. Let's try calling it a link component. I hope it's gonna look good. Let me just say link, and then I'll say href should be equal to sign in. Up is gonna look good. So now, right now, if logged in user, if the user is logged in, show this part of the code. Else, display the login button. So right now, let's display the user's name. The username, you can see it's called name. To show you the username is called name. User's image is called image. So I'm going to just come over here and say logged in user dot name to the browser. You can see the name now. It's now, before it was showing Clinton. Right now it's showing the full name, Clinton Chibuna. So from here, let me just take this up. You can see the name is called Clinton Chibuna. That's my name, right? So as for the image, how do we go about the image? Right now, let's display the image. Okay, here is the image container. So I'm going to add the image tag now. I'm going to say image source should be equal to, I'm going to say logged in user dot image. So I have to import image from, let's import, I'm going to say import image from next/image. So we have to also pass the auth now. I'm going to say auth should be equal to profile, going to be equal to profile picture, profile pic. The class name, let me just say class name. Right now, I want it to take up the full width of its container. I'm going to say object cover. I don't think this is necessary, but let's just do, okay, object cover, and then Right now, yeah, object cover, and then I'm going to also say fill. With this fill, I don't have to specify the width and the height of the image. I don't have to do that with fill. I think you can close this. With fill, I don't have to specify the height and the width of the image. So I want it to take up the width of the container. This is the container here. So, and this field is going to make sure it takes up the entire. Right now, let's see what it's going to show us. Okay, it's not displaying yet. It's not displaying yet now. What's the error message? You can see now it says that, okay, there's something we need to do. So it tells us now, I say we should go down to, click on this link. We have to add this host name. We have to add this host name to our Next.js config file. Understand this domain. So click on this. Go down to, just search for Next.js. Click on Next.js. Next.js. The solution is on the website. Click on Docs. Click on Docs. Now click on Images and Fonts. On the navbar, click on Images and Fonts. So scroll down. There's a place they give us. Here is the, okay, image. Yeah, here is what we need to do. So I'm going to copy this remote patterns. Copy this remote. It is an array. Copy it now. Back to your code now. Over to your Next.js.config file. Here is it now. Next.config.ts. So I'm going to paste that. Let me be sure. Let's copy these images. I think let's copy images. Copy it back here inside of this config file. I'll paste what I copied. So yeah, we're gonna paste it now. So yeah, so as for the, yeah, right now we're on this website. So right now it's complaining about we have to add this host name. Copy the host name. This is from Google. Copy that host name. So before you can display an image, you must always add the host name to your next config file. You must always add it. Copy this host name. Copy it now, and then back to the next config file. As for the host name, I'm going to replace what we have here. Paste what you copied. Paste what you copied. Ouch. Copy it again. Copy back to your code. Let's paste what we copied just inside of that host name. Paste it. Yeah, so I don't need the port. I don't need the path name and the search. Remove those ones. So now with this now, I think our code should be fine again. Refresh this page. So right now we're having this error, having a different error right away. I'm like, why now? Talking about, okay guys, the error is gone. The error is gone. I had to run my server again. I had to run npm run dev and then refresh the page, and the error is gone. But because something is wrong here. You can see this is right now. This is the user's profile. This is the user's profile picture. It has taken up the full width of the navbar, right? So that's because, back to the code now. Back to the navbar. That's because of that's because of this field. This field. If I remove the field now, let's see what it's going to look like. It's trying an error now. It's trying to say that we have to set the width and the height of the image, but it's fine. I'm going to put back the field. So for it to take up just right now, I want this to just take up the size of its container. It should not go beyond that. So right now, just come over here and set this to relative. So it's going to work. So right now, it's going to only work with respect to the container. Let's see what it looks like now. Container is looking good, but we're not done. We have to make it rounded. It's not looking round. Remove the border. We don't need the border anymore. It's not looking round. Okay, we're going to leave it like that. Remove the rounded now. I think it's round already. Don't worry. What's it called? The container already had rounded full, so it's going to take up the width of the container. So you can see now we have our picture, we have the profile picture, we have the name. So right now this tells you that the user is logged in. So now let's look on the logout button. Here's logout button right now. Right, so let's work on that quickly. So right now let's work on logging out a user. Understand? So we could have done the same thing we did on this page. We could do the same thing. But right now we're going to go sign out. Right? We can do what we did here on the logout button, but we can't do it. Why? Because this is a client's component. You might be asking, how is this a client's component? We don't have the tag, we don't have any React hook. This is a client's component because it is because its parent is a client's component. Its parent is a navbar. Navbar is a client's component, so the children of it, so the children of a client's components are all client's components. You understand? Because this nav item can be found in the navbar, and the navbar is a client's component, and that makes the nav items component a client's component. You get? So what do we do? So we are going to do that we are going to find a different way to fix this now. We're going to create a new file. So for server actions, you can invoke server actions in a client's component, but you cannot define them there. You can invoke server actions in a client component, but you can't define them there. Over here, we define the server action here because this is a server component. We cannot do the same thing here because this is a client component. So right now, let's work on that. We're going to create a new file. Open the lib folder. We're going to create a new file called actions.txt. So in this file now, we are going to define all our server actions in this file. So the first way to know that this file is for server actions is by adding this tag called use server. And I'll say exports async. Right, and this is an async function, right? Async function. Let me just say, I'm going to call it sign out user. Right now we're going to simply we're going to then await. Remember, whenever using async, we're always going to use our functions will all be asynchronous, most of them. Instead, I'm going to say await. Let's say await sign out. Remember, we're going to get sign out from the auth file. Await sign out, and then we're going to add the redirect. I'm going to say redirect to the login page, yeah, to the home page rather, to the home page. Sign out, right? And then we have to import sign out. Hold down control and period. Click on it and hold down control and period. You can see we are going to add the import from auth. So now, yeah, so we've got the function now. We've got the sign out user function. Yep. So we've got it now. So what we can do now is back to this button, the logout button. We're going to add an onClick event. I'm going to say onClick should be equal to sign out user. So we have to make sure it's imported. Sign out user. So that's what we need to do. So hold down control and click on it and hold down control and period to have it imported. So we've got it imported on top. So back to our code now. Let's try. No, refresh the page. I already had it imported. Says sign out user is not defined. It's defined. So come on. So right now, let's log out the user. Click on the logout button. Click on it. You're meant to get logged out. Perfect. And so now the user is logged out. Right? If you click on the login, let's log in back. So right now we are on the sign in page now. So let's log in again. Click on the button. Continue with Google. So I'm going to pick a username here. Pick one. Click on it. Don't have to wait for it. I didn't click on it. So then click on continue. We're trying to sign in to Shopit. Right, come on. Yep, you can see now we have it now. We have the username up here. We have the picture. You can log out, right? It's not meant to take this time, but then you can then log in. Continue with Google. I want to show you one more time. And then continue. And we are good to go. So right now we've been able to implement NextAuth. So what next? So the next thing now is for us to work on this now. Whenever you sign up, we are meant to have this user stored in our database. You understand? We're meant to have your user. We are meant to have your credentials stored in the database. But right now, nothing is being stored. Everything is being stored in the cookies, in the browser's cookies. Right now, I want to store all this information to our database. Remember, we were working with the Django backend. The video before this one, the last video before this video covered the backend part. So right now it's time for us to go store this user's information in our database. So we are going to work on that next. Okay, guys. Right now it's time for us to save the user information into our database. We want to start creating users using this credential. Whenever a user logs in, whenever a user signs up using Google, want to save their name, their email, instead of save their information into the Django database. You understand? So here is the repository to our Django backend. So click, I'm going to open it right away. So I already have all the endpoints documented. Understand? So if you don't know Django, there's no problem. You can always use this as the live URL. You can understand. So I already have it. I already have the endpoint documented. All the endpoints have been documented over here. You understand? Everything has been documented for you. You get, so, and you can always run a Django project using these commands. You can always run the project on your computer with these instructions we have here. You get, so it's time for us to, so if you don't know Django, you can follow this documentation and you'll be fine. You'll be good to go. You understand? So if you don't know Django, follow this. You can follow this documentation to like to get Django to implement this backend with Next.js. You get, so, but if you know Django, you can always clone and then you can always come back. Here's the Django code. You can always come here and do some tweak. You can make some changes if you want to. You get, so if you know Django, that's fine. But one thing is this now. Right now, we want to connect Django to Next.js. We want to enable Next.js be able to make requests to our Django backend. How can we make that possible? That's where the Django CORS headers comes in. To your browser, look up Django CORS, CORS headers. Hit enter. So we are going to use this one. We are going to use this link from Stack.org because they have a much more descriptive way of configuring your Django CORS. Understand? So first thing first, you can read the website. You can read the content on the website if you want to. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just go straight to the point. I'm going to install this command called CORS headers, Ctrl C, Django CORS headers, back to my Django code now. If you don't know Django, there's no problem. You can use the live URL I showed you here to make requests. You understand? You are good to go with this URL. But if you know Django, you can always follow me. You understand? So right now, I need to activate my virtual environment. It's called e-commerce env. I'm going to say script activate. Hit enter. So I'm going to run the command pip install Django CORS headers. So while it is installing now, so what's the next instruction? Scroll down. We have to add CORS headers to the installed apps. Over to our installed apps. Let's go add CORS headers. You open your scene.py file. Here's the installed apps. Yeah, let's add CORS headers. So back here, what's the next thing? We want to add this CORS headers middleware. It must be on top of the common middleware. It must come above it. Be on top the common middleware. Where's the middleware section? Here it is. So it must be above the common middleware. And right now, our allowed origins. This is going to be the list of front-end URLs that can access our site, that can access this website. What this is going to stand for. So I'm going to add, right now we're currently on the local development. Right now I'm just going to add localhost 3000. Understand? So let's add localhost 3000. I'm also going to add localhost 3001, localhost 3001, localhost 3002. So we've got this done now. Perfect. There's no problem. Right, so I'm going to just run my server on port 800 on port 8008 manage.py python manage.py run server. I'm going to go 8008. So currently my server is going to be currently on local environment. My server is going to be on 8008. So now we've got this done now. So we have to make migrations. Let's just make this migrations. Ctrl C. If you don't know Django, there's no problem. You can use the live URL. Live URL is up to date. Let's make is up to date. You don't have to do all these things I'm doing here again with the live URL. You get, so you don't have to do all these things. Just use the live URL if you don't know Django. But if you know Django, you can always follow with me. You can always learn something new. Let's just migrate, right? Hit enter. So you can run server again. So now, yep, so our server should be up and running now. So now our Next.js application can now make requests to our Django backend. Okay, so now back to our Next.js, back to Next.js now. What we want to do is this now. Whenever a user logs in with Google, we are going to check if the user exists. If the user exists, no problem. But if the user does not exist, we are going to create that user. So how do we know if a user exists? We are going to check with the user's email. Every user is going to have a unique email. So we are going to check with your email. If your email already exists in the database, that's fine. There's no problem. But if you don't exist, if you don't have your email in our database, we are going to create a new user. That's what we want to do. So right now we have to make some API requests from the front end to the back end. So right now back to our Next.js code. Back to Next.js code now in the lib folder, we're going to create a new file called api.tx. But before we proceed now, we have to install Axios. With Axios, we make requests with Axios, right? So we're going to say install. We're going to say npm install Axios. Hit enter. So while we have that installing, we're going to come over here and say const API should be equal to Axios.create. Then we're going to have our base URL. We're going to say base URL should be equal to, currently our backend is currently on port 8000. So if you right now, if you don't know Django, you can stick with the live URL I showed you on the GitHub repository. This live URL is on GitHub. In the documentation, you can see it here. But currently, I'm going to stick with it. Right now, I'm going to use the development environment. But if you don't know Django, it's fine. You can stick with what I just showed you, the live URL. You can put that here instead of this. So I'm saying HTTP 127.0.0.1, then port 8008. So that's going to be our base URL. This is our backend URL. Here's the backend domain. But currently, this is the development domain. So HTTP, then the / is important. I didn't add that. So we are waiting for Axios to get installed. So it has been installed now. Perfect. So this should be, I don't know why I keep making this mistake. Back here should be like this. HTTP, then yeah. So let's import Axios. Click on it and hold down Control and period. So you can see add imports from Axios. We have Axios import now. So right now it's time for us to make our backend call, our API call. I said before, if a user logs in, we have to check if the user exists. If the user does not exist, we are going to create the user. So I'm going to say async. Right now I'm going to say async now. Let me just say exports async gets user, right? To get a user, we are going to pass in the user's email. Async, we have to pass in function. It's a function. To get the user, we have to pass in the user's email, right? So we're going to pass in the email, and the email is going to be a string. Remember, you're working with TypeScript. You must always pass in the type of whatever thing you're working with. The email is going to be a string, right? So now we have to get the user's email. So we're going to then use a try block. So you need to know some JavaScript before you can do this. You need to know some async, how to write async await functions. If you don't know how to do that, just go learn it. You see some videos on YouTube that will guide you. You understand? But if you can write it, there's no problem. So we're going to say const response. So I'm trying to make a get request to the endpoint that will help us get the users, that will help us to check if the user exists or not. I'm going to say const response should be equal to going to be await API.get. Remember, this API we have here is coming from here. So previously we are meant to say await Axios.get. We're meant to do like this, Axios.get. Then we're going to pass in this, right? Pass in this, and then we're going to pass in the endpoint again, right? So with this method now, we don't have to do the right. You can see that's a long process. Now, right now we've configured that up here. Here's our base URL. I'm going to just say await API.get. So once it gets the existing, right now we're going to look for the endpoints that's going to help us get the existing user. Over to the documentation, you scroll down, API endpoints. here you user management now. So existing user, here is the endpoint for getting the existing user. I'll copy it now back here. I'll paste it. So as for the email is gonna, so we're gonna pass in this email. So it's gonna be a dynamic value. So we're gonna use template literals and I'll say email. So here's where right now we're gonna send our get request so far to this endpoint. So we're gonna then return response.data. If there's an error, we have to catch that error. I'm gonna catch the error. Let me just call this unknown. That's the type. We don't know the type. So I'm gonna say if error is instance of I think I also, if error is instance of error. I don't think I spelled instance of correctly. Let's throw new. Let me say throw new error. Let's just say throw new error. I'll say error.message. I feel I'm making a mistake somewhere. Okay, it's instant. I'm not getting where the error is coming from. Sorry, I spelled this wrong. It's meant to be instance of, not is instance. Yeah, so that was a mistake. So this is going to have a type of unknown. Yeah, now so if the error is an actual error, we're going to throw the actual error message. Else, if it is not an actual error, we're going to just throw a different error. I'm going to say throw new error. We could just say an unknown error occurred. An unknown error occurred, right? So right now, here is the, so we're going to call this function, this get user function. Whenever I call it now, it's going to tell us if the user is logged in or not. If it returns a success, if the try block gets executed, that means the user exists. Instead, I'm going to check if the user exists. Let me just say get exist. Let me call it get existing user. Get existing user. So right now, what we're going to do is this now. So we're going to check. We're going to call this function. We are going to call this very, very soon. Now, right now, it has not been called. We'll call this very soon now. So if this returns a 404, if it returns a 404 error, it means that the user does not exist. Then we are going to call the next function. We are going to call the next function, which is going to be the function that is going to help us create a new user. Hope you understand. But right now we are done with the get existing user function, right? So next we're going to work on the next function, which is called create new user. So right now let's work on the new function that's going to help us create new users. So we're going to say export. This export you see here is enable us import this function in a different file. How this export does, it might be instant. I'm going to say export. I'm going to say async function. Async. I'm going to say function create new user. They are going to have right now. This is no be. We are going to be expecting a data, an object. Instead, we're going to expecting. We're going to be pass right now. This we are going to be expecting an object, right? An object, and we have to state the type of the object. We're going to do that right very soon. We're going to say try. The try catch again. I'm going to say const response. Const response should be equal to API.post. This is a post request. So back to the documentation. Let's see what we have there. To create a new user, you can see we have to go down to this endpoint called create user. That's the endpoint, and we have to pass in this object as the payload. I'm going to show you how to do that now. So over here, remember we have to pass in the await first. Await API.post, and then the endpoint creates user. That's it now. So what's the next thing? We have to pass in this data. This data is the object. Is this object you see here, right? And then passing the data here. And right now I have to declare the type of this data. You understand? Remember, we're working with TypeScript. You understand? So right now I'm going to come over here and just say interface. And just say user prop. Now, so data should be, data is going to be expecting. So for this data now, we're going to be expecting to pass the username, the email, first name, profile picture. But I intend to pass more than that. I intend to pass the last name also. So first I'm going to be the email. The email is going to be a string. Next going to be the username. It's also a string. Then the first name. I'm trying to declare the type of the data. I'm trying to declare the type of the data we are trying to pass. First thing going to also be a string. Then I'm going to pass the last name. It's also going to be a string. And then the profile picture underscore URL. Yep. And it's also going to be a string. So right now I just declared the type. I just declared it now. I can pass it here. I just say user prop. Yeah, that's a type now. So now we're going to then return. Then we're going to say return response or data, just like the previous one. Response the data. We're going to go over to the catch block. The catch block is going to be the same thing. We'll just copy the catch block. It's going to be the same catch block, the same thing. Yep. So, okay. So I see we're making a huge progress. Let me just make this a bit smaller so I can. Yep. So we have done this now. That's good. So now back to our auth.cs file. Yep, so we're back here now. So so right now, whenever a user logs in, we can come over here and customize this file. We can customize it whereby we want to store the user in our own database. Because currently Next.js stores user in the browser's cookies. But no, that is temporary. So right now I want to store this user in the database, in the real database. So we can come over here and then customize the workflow that was set here. Understand? So back here, I'll just add another. We're going to add callbacks. So now I'm going to say callbacks, and this callback now we're going to come over inside of it now. We're going to then say async sign in. So whenever a user signs in, want to do something else, want to do something different, right? Then we're going to expect the profile. Yep. Profile, and think we are good to go. So inside here we're going to have the try block. The try block is going to return true. Then we're going to have the catch. We're going to have the error unknown, and this will return false. Yep. So we need to do this now. We have our catch, we have the try. So this app is being done. We have the right now I want to customize this sign in function. I want to customize it. Okay, so right now this profile is going to give us, this profile is an object that contains the logged in user email, the logged in user name, and the logged in user picture. Right? So right now I can just come over here and just say, okay, instead of this try, just come over here and just say const email should be equal to profile, then the question mark, and then dot email. Remember, this profile is not always going to be available. Sometimes it might be undefined. If the user is not logged in, profile will be undefined, and we cannot say undefined dot email. That's not possible. That's why we have this optional chain in here. You get, so if this is undefined, email is going to be simply undefined. But without this question mark, if you have profile.email, it's going to throw an error because profile does not exist if the user is logged out. That's why we have to add the optional chaining. That's the question mark. So that's the user's email. As for the first name, I'm going to say const first name. So right now what we have there is profile. What we have is profile dot name. But profile.name returns both the first name and the last name. Let's say it returns John Doe or Cleansing Wachiku. That's my name. So right now I want to only the first part. Or I want to only get Cleansing. I don't understand. I want to only get John. Inside profile.name returns John Doe. For the first name, I want to only get John, right? And for the last name, I want to only get Doe. How do I do that now? Remember, I'm putting the question mark. I'm gonna say dot split by a white space, by an empty space, dot split, and then I want to get, and right now this becomes an array of the names clean John and Doe. So right now I want to get only the first name, which is John. I'm going to say square bracket 0. This will give me the it's going to give me the user's first name. Understand? Profile, then dot name, then dot split. You get, so that's it. I think, do we need to add another question mark here before? Okay, we need to add another one there. So for the last name, we just copy this now. Last name is going to be, so this is just like the session I showed you. Remember when I showed you the session.user, that's the same thing with the profile. Understand? The profile contains all those fields, like the email field, the name field, what else, the picture field. Now, so I'm going to say last name should be equal to the profile.name.split. Then we're going to return the second name. If this 0 represent the first name in the array, one is going to represent the second name in the array. So we have so right now let's get the username. So there is no username now, but I'm going to get the username. I'm going to get the username from the email, where I'm going to say profile.email.split. Remember, the email always contains johndoe@gmail.com. So right now I want to simply split by the by that @ symbol. Understand? Then split by the it's going to be John Doe @ so it's going to split other @ so I want to only get John Doe. I'm going to just put John Doe is going to be the first part, and it's going to be an array. It's going to be an array that contains John Doe, and then the @ is a separator. Then we're going to have gmail.com. So we are going to have an array of 2 items, John Doe and gmail.com. So right now, and that array, the first item is John Doe, and to access the first item in an array, we have to use 0. You get, so that's the username. And for the picture, I'm going to just say const. Let me just say profile underscore picture underscore URL should be equal to the profile square brackets picture. Sorry, question mark picture. But one thing now, I need to show you guys what I'm talking about. Back here, I'll just say, come over here and just say console.log. Let me just say console.log profile. So you see what the profile looks like. Console.log profile. So right now, let's log in again. I want to show you what this profile looks like. So back here, log out, log in. I'm going to click on the button, click continue to log. Yep, so back to let's see what the terminal holds for us. Let's see, you can see we have the profile. Here is the profile I told you about. You can see we have the email field, we have the picture, we have the name, right? So I was telling you about this. Okay, you can see we can also use given name and family name instead of having to do all this. Okay, this should work. Let's just do the given. Let's just do profile.given name. .given underscore name. And the same thing for the last name. I'm going to say profile.family underscore name. That's good. I didn't see that before. Yeah, so that was going to be for the first name and the last name. Yeah, so right, that's it now. Cool. So you have this done now. So right now it's time for us to call these functions. We are going to call the existing user function first. Let's call it, copy it now, back to all.txt now. We are going to call it here. So we are going to just put it in a try block. Remember, put it in a try block, and we're going to say await existing user. So put control and period to import it, and then we're going to pass in the email. Remember, it requires the email. Pass an email there. Email is meant to be a string, but Okay, email could be a string or email could be undefined. Understand? So back here, email could be a string or undefined. So on null, let's just put undefined, because if the user is logged in, is logged out, email could be email becomes undefined. Okay, we also need to add null. Let's also add null to it. So because the red sign is gone. So so why this right now this is in a try block. You might be wondering, why should it be in a try block? This this endpoint is checking if the user exists. If the user does not exist, if the user does not exist, it's going to throw a 404 error. If the user does not exist, that's why it's in a try block. So if this try block throws an error, we're going to have a catch block that's going to catch the error and then do something else. Because back to my backend code over here, if the user does not exist over here, it's going to throw a 404 error, not found, right? So instead, so it's going to throw that error now. So we're going to have a catch. Now I'm going to say catch error. So we're going to add the catch block now. So we're going to just say, let me just console.log the error first, and then we are going to call await create new user, the create new user function. The function we declared here is called create new user. We're going to call this function to help us create a new user, and we have to pass an object to it, an object. So we're going to just come over and just I'm going to say const user object should be equal to, I'm going to say email first name last name username and profile underscore picture underscore URL. So we're going to pass this user object into this. Oh, Control Z. It's called user objects. So await create. So you have to import create new user, import it. So we've got user objects. Okay, I can just simply copy this now, copy these styles, copy this type, copy them, and then just paste it here directly. Paste it here. I think this is better. Alright, so here are the types now. Let's go back to all.txt. It's still complaining. What's the problem? Type email should be string null undefined, string null undefined. Last name string null undefined. Okay, so back here, email should be string. So you have to have a type of, because when the user gets logged out, it's going to be string null and undefined. And the same thing for the first name and the last name. Let's see what the username is going to be string and I think undefined. Oh, sorry, I opened the file twice. It's going to be string and undefined. The profile picture should be string null undefined too. Or let's just add string and null. If it complains again, we're going to check what the problem is. Back here. Perfect, it's good now. The red sign is gone. Right, so don't worry. The reason is because if you're logged out, if the user is logged out, these values will all be undefined or null. You understand? Because they won't be strings, there won't be any value for them. So TypeScript was right. So that's why we have to use TypeScript these days, because TypeScript helps us with type safety. It's really, really important. Back to the all.txt file. We try to see if the user exists. If the user exists, there is no problem. But if the user does not exist, it throws an error, and the error is caught in the catch block, and the catch block is going to run what is inside of it, and what is inside of it, it consoles the error, and it calls this function called create new user. It's that simple, right? I hope everything works well. I don't know why this is trained. Okay, let's just say console.log error, console.log error, just to avoid it from showing that red sign. It's not meant to be there. So right now we hope that let's hope that a new user gets created. Now I'm going to open my backend server, the local development. I'm going to go down to localhost port 8808. I think that's what it is, /admin. So 800, yeah, that's it. Now I'm going to log in with Clint, and then the username. I put in the username and password rather. So let's see the user. Let's open the users. I only have a user now, only one user. So right now I'm going to log out this user. Log out now. We're going to log in again, and hopefully a new user gets added. Let's see. Now log in. Click on continue with Google. Right now we are logged in now. So I'm feeling open that back here. Ouch. Refresh the page. Perfect. You can see now we have this new user created. Understand? So you can see we have it created now. I'm going to come back here. Remember, this is I use this right now. I'm going to come over here. Log out this user. Now use the same account again to log in and see if you're going to have duplicate records. Hopefully, we're not going to have duplicate records. You get, so it should work. We are back here, over here. We are not right now. I'm hoping we don't have refresh. Cool. We still have the same record. I use the same user. The same user. You can see we still have the same record in our database right now. Even right now with NextAuth, we're able to log in. We're able to click on that. We're able to log in with NextAuth through Google, and we're able to save the record to our Django database. That's excellent. That's perfect, right? So what next? I noticed something. Right now you can see. Right now you can see this is looking good. Now if I let's see what the responsive view looks like. Let's see what the responsive view looks like. Click on this. This is what we are having. This is not good at all because currently the user is logged in. They are meant to have the same information we have here. This same information in the side navigation. But if we check now, it's not happening. So let's fix it. So back here, over to the nav bar. Over to your nav bar. How do we fix this? Yep. So come on, show us. Over to the nav bar, we have to also pass this logged in user over to the mobile nav bar. It's important. So we have to do the same thing. Copy this. Because we also have these nav items inside the mobile nav bar. So you have to pass this guy. Just copy, pass it here, and then open the mobile nav bar. So you have to receive it. It's called logged in user. We only need one of it. Just logged in user. So what do we need? We have to declare the type of this. We have to declare its type. Do we have? Okay, let me just pass it. So we have to pass it over to navbar. It's important we pass it over to navbar also. Yep. So we've passed it over to navbar. Over to the nav items because we checked the navbar components. It was passed there. Right. We have to do the same thing over here too, because we have the nav items in the mobile navbar components. We have to declare the type. We have to declare the type of this prop. So I'm going to open this. Let's see what we have in mobile navbar. Okay, I'll just copy this guy. Copy back here. We just come over here and just say interface prop. Interface. I'll just say props. Right, and I'll say logged in user. Logged in user. Pass this here. Put in props here. And the error is gone. Understand, it's gone now. Back to the nav bar. I think everything should be fine. So we go back to, let's see the responsive view again. Let's go back to the responsive view. Let's see what it looks like. Click. Perfect. We're having the same thing we are having on the desktop view. You can see we're having the same information. If you go back to the desktop view, you can see we have that. Come back here. Toggle this. Perfect. It's working fine now. So we've been able to implement authentication with NextAuth. With NextAuth, we're saving the user to our database. So right now we've made significant progress. We've been able to complete authentication. So we are going to stop here. Part 1 ends here. So look out for part 2 in this video's description. So see you in part 2.